global thermonuclear war.
Hey there, HackerFrogs, it's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool today. We're doing HackerFrogs Free Hacking, we're hacking all the things. So we got some early chatters on YouTube and on Twitch. Hello, Matches, great to see you here, and hello, ManFido, nice to see you here as well, and let's talk about what we're going to be doing today. So on each one of these live streams, we like to cover a number of different topics, and if you ever wanted to start the thing, Silver Bucket, hello, nice to see you here, what is up? And yeah, so if you want to take a look at our schedule, it's on our Reddit over there, and we also have a Discord. I'll give you the link right now, here you go. And right, so we're going to be covering 5 different topics today. We're going to be warming up with some gaming, so the first hour is going to be gaming with Void Stranger. It's a puzzle game, and we like to play puzzle games on this channel because we like to solve problems, and puzzle games give us an interesting look at different types of problems that are not just computer systems-based problems, and that's going to be the first hour of today's stream. In the second hour, we're going to be doing some digital forensics challenges over at PicoCTF. We're going to be just doing some demonstrations of those, so if you ever wanted to learn about how to find some secrets inside of files, please stay tuned for that. That's going to be in the second hour of today's stream. And Aiden, hello, nice to see you here. And SysOS says DST starts first on the last Sunday of March, so you're ahead of us in that regard. Oh, okay. So you do daylight savings time in some countries in Europe. Awesome, awesome. Aiden Hall, is the stream beginner friendly today? Yeah. So I mean, we're going to be warming up with our gaming. We're going to be teaching Python basics in the third hour. In the second hour, we're going to be talking about some digital forensic stuff over at PicoCTF, and yeah, so that part of the stream is going to be beginner friendly. The later 2 parts are going to be less beginner friendly. Topic number 4, we're going to be doing the cloud lab, so this is cloud hacking stuff over at PwnedLabs, and that's not going to be very beginner friendly at all. So that's topic 4. Why do I have topic 4 twice? This should be topic 5. So topic 5 is going to be going over to Hacking Hub, and we're going to be doing some challenges over there that we've never seen before. And let's see. ManFido asks, do you use Linux? Yeah, we do use Linux over here. We're usually using Kali Linux over here for our cybersecurity stuff. And yeah, so without further ado, let's get into the first topic of today's stream. You should see the topics at the top of the overlay over here. So the current topic is going to be Void Stranger. We're going to be doing that for about 60 minutes. Let's put 60 minutes on the clock. And Aiden Hall asks, which PicoCTF challenge are you starting with? So the first PicoCTF challenge we're doing, I think it's called... let me check. So let's see. It's going to be practice. Just a second. This is not very responsive. Okay. So this is going to be PicoCTF CMU Africa, and it's going to be forensics. And I think the first one we're going to do is going to be this riddle registry challenge over here. If you want to take a look at yourself beforehand, you can follow the link over here. So Rebecca says, I just found out about this channel right now. Hello, nice to see you here. And SysOS says, topic 4 was so epic it had to be named twice, of course. All right, so let's go ahead and get into our gaming topic. So I've got the game over here. Okay, so you should be able to see it, and we're going to be doing this for the next hour or so, and then after an hour, we're going to be moving into our next topic, which is our PicoCTF demos. Okay, it's night in my country. Bye, see you later. No problem, ManFido. See you next time. Oh, getting into it as a business, Samantha. Nice to see that. Okay, and let's go ahead and get into the game. All right, so I muted the music on the game, but let's turn it back up. Okay, so there are not very many levels of this game left. I think there should be, I don't know, maybe about 4 levels left. So hopefully we'll be able to finish the game today. And can you hear the music? Yeah, it's not super loud, but that's okay. It doesn't need to be super loud. Okay, let's get into the game. So, what we need to do in this level is we need to push the buttons. So there are two buttons on the left-hand side of the screen, and beside the buttons on the upper right to the buttons, or rather, is the staircase. So we need to push the buttons and then activate the staircase. So the other thing we need to do is we need to activate these shadow clones over here. So if you step on these triangle inside the square, inside the circle tiles, then it summons a little shadow guy. So the shadow guys are kind of like the game Snake. You can't double back on yourself, and you can't touch the shadow clone guys, otherwise you lose the game. Okay, the music is like 1%. Okay, let me see if I can increase the volume of the music then. So the game audio is... Okay, let me adjust the game audio a little bit then. So I'll turn it up by 1. So that should be a little bit better. The music is kind of soft anyways. Silverbucket says, I don't have a PC, but I'll still watch, and I cannot... No, I can hear the music, it's alright. Okay. Can't hear the music at all. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, so, I mean, we've got all these clones. I don't think we can really complete the level anymore, because we've got too many of these guys following us around, so we'll just reset the level. So, I think what we want to do is we want to get access to the lower part of the UI over here. Because when you get access to the lower part of the UI, you can grab some of these empty spaces, the empty tiles here. So the other big part of this game is that you can pick up tiles and you can put them down in other places. Yeah, I mean, the music isn't supposed to be super overwhelming in this game anyways. So I'll just grab some of these and I'll put them down. Not even too sure where I would put them down. Because I can't... Oh, I can put it down here, okay. So maybe I'll grab a couple more of these. And... So maybe I'll go up here, and I'll put this down here, and then I can... Now I've got 2 ways to enter this area here. So the other thing we can do is we can pick up the buttons, and we can actually pick up the staircase. So if we pick up the staircase, we can just put it somewhere... put it somewhere random. We can even put it over here. Alright, let me just grab some of these. The other thing we could do is we could use this statue here, this one to my left, and we can use it to push one of these buttons. So let's try to do that. So we'll grab this, we'll... So where could we move the statue? We need to get around the statue to move it around. I'm not really too sure which direction we could approach it from. Well, I mean, the other thing we could do is we could just get a bunch of shadow clones and then move around in a circle, which means we would need to push the statue off. So we'll pick up the stairs here. We'll put the stairs right there. And then we can move around in a circle with the shadow clones. We need... How many of them do we need? So we would enter up here. We would need 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe like 5 shadow clones, and then we could get the conga line to push the buttons and then exit the level. So we just need to figure out how to how to get those 5 shadow clones. It shouldn't be too hard. Just move around like this. 4 shadow clones. Yeah, that should be plenty of shadow clones. Okay, then we move up here, push the buttons to activate the staircase, and then go down the staircase. Okay, and then what programming is this? This isn't necessarily programming, but we're going to be doing some Python programming in the 3rd hour of today's stream. So in the next hour after this, we're going to be doing some digital forensics demos. And then the hour after that, we're going to be doing some Python programming. Okay, so, So what do we need to do here? We need to push the button. We need to push the button, and we need to step on the staircase. We've got all of these glass tiles over here. So the problem with these glass tiles is that they break after they've been stepped on once. So we can't really rely on those. So I think what we want to do... Okay, Aiden, no worries. If you need to go watch something else, go ahead and do that. You don't need to necessarily tell live streamers when you're leaving, because you want to go watch something else. It's kind of not super polite. Anyways, okay, so... Bro thought this was an airport and needed a departure message. I mean, I don't mind if people need to go. But if people say they're going to leave to go watch something else, it kind of implies that the stuff that they're watching right now is not super interesting. And I understand how that might actually be the case, but it's kind of not super nice in the first place. Well, it's not super nice at the same time, is what I want to say. Okay, so anyways. So maybe pick up one of these. So I picked up the staircase. So let's think about this. Pick up the staircase and then move over. Yeah, this one's tricky. This level's a bit tricky. You don't have very much to work with. So maybe pick up this tile here and then... we can go back around in the circle. So we've got a string of tiles we've got over here. We want to pick up the staircase tile, then put it over here, and then we can start making bridges. Yeah, and then so pick up. Okay, now we can do it. So we just need to activate the shadow clone tile. Okay, so it says own state messages when I am either leaving a non-stream related reason, like sleep, or when like a mod signal to the creator that a mod is leaving. Yeah, I mean, no worries. No worries. It's every once in a while you'll get a viewer and they'll say, yeah, I don't like what you're doing right now, see you later, or like, you know, I'm gonna watch something more interesting. And You know, I can understand that sentiment. You don't necessarily have to type that in chat. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, exit. This looks kind of weird. I mean, there's nothing really you can do here. You just need to go to the stairs. So go to the stairs. And we got a final tree. Final tree, maybe? Anyways, these trees are where you get your cutscenes in the game, so we might as well activate the cutscene. A lone birch tree stands in the void. This area feels safe, and since you've been traveling for quite some time already, would you like to rest for now? And I guess we will say yes. Slowly, surely, dreams embrace you. Okay, and that closes the game, and then I need to reopen the game again. Let's do that. Okay, Dennis Silva asks, "What is happening? A game you created or random puzzles?" So we're playing a puzzle game because we like to play puzzle games, because puzzle games let us hone our problem-solving skills. It's morning already. How am I still alive? Could he have missed somehow? But even if that were true, Lily, Dennis Silva. This game is Void Stranger. You can see the name of the game up at the top left of the overlay, and it's been a really interesting puzzle game that we've been playing for the last few months, I guess you could say. And we're probably getting very close to the end of the game here. Okay, so what do we got? It hurts. Lady Grey, thank heavens you've arrived. The princess, she's out of control. Please, do something. Your only hope. So this is kind of like a cutscene that we saw earlier in the game. Forgive me, Lady Grey. All I could do was run away. Okay. Something is wrong. And Sot has subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much for the subscription, Sot. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. Okay, so it's a bedroom. There's nothing here. Is there anything to inspect? There's a mirror. There's a chair. And I guess we just need to exit. Your Highness. By the sacred stars, what do you think you're doing? Matcha says, have you ever played Blueprints? Seems like an interesting puzzle game. I've seen people play Blueprints. I might play it one of these days. But I need to be kind of selective about what games I play because I gotta, buy them and stuff. But Matches, thank you very much for the suggestion. What's wrong with you? Come on. Let's get you inside. Halt, Grey the Destroyer. Step away from the princess. What? What are all these soldiers doing in here, Johann? You tell me, my dear lady. What sad state of affairs this is. To think that the princess's loyal servant would prove to be such an envious person. That she would attempt to assault Her Highness right before her wedding day. I guess it's expected from a former outlaw. Assault? How impudent can he get? Once the king hears about this, I've informed His Majesty about the situation. He entrusted me with the task of capturing you. It goes without saying that this kind of treachery won't go unpunished. You'll be executed tomorrow. We wouldn't want to spoil the mood for the wedding day, or the coronation ceremony, now would we? You absolute scum of the earth. Now, don't be hasty. My men are well aware of your reputation, Grey the Destroyer. I don't think even you would be brazen enough to believe you could take them all head on. I couldn't care less. As long as your head rolls along with mine. Stop. Your Highness, please stop this, Johann. I'll do what you want. Just don't hurt Gray. My. For once, the princess is the voice of reason. What a pleasant surprise. How about it, Gray the Destroyer? Turn yourself in peacefully, and I'll make sure to honor Her Highness's wish. Lily, I'm sorry. Okay, and then we get to wake up. Alright, so let's go ahead and go to the next level. I was under the impression that this was the last set of levels, but what do we have here? It's your brand. Oh, yeah. So at the very beginning of the game, we had to set a brand, and I set H for HackerFrogs. Brennan Lovell, hello, nice to see you here. Long time no see, been in the hospital. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're doing better now, Brennan. Okay, so I mean, I'm not too sure what to do with this. Let's continue on. There's nothing here. And we've got scary music. Guess we continue. Okay, we've got a treasure chest. You acquired nothing. I guess all we can do is we can just build a little bridge to get around to the other side. Is there nothing there? Can we move upwards? Oh, you know what? We might be able to move upwards because there's a gap. There's a gap at the top of the screen. What? Why is there music?
Out of your reach, and I hold the key. It's sealed with layers and layers of irony.
Yep.
What's within,
Somebody's playing some music.
I refuse to see.
So maybe we can get to the top of the screen here.
Hold on, I hold on. 'Cause that's the only thing, the one thing that I can control. My grievance is mine. My sadness is mine. My loss is mine.
Is this the end of the game? Meditation says, wow, nice classes. We're going to be teaching our class in about 90 minutes or so. So come back in 90 minutes and we're going to be teaching our Python class. This is the end of this game called Void Stranger. I mean, we can move around. I don't think I can solve any of these levels. Oh, I think I can do this. Oh, wait. We can't move the statue. I'm looking up for a level we can solve. Okay. We can't solve this level, huh? Yeah, maybe the unsolvability is the point. This is kind of a trip. I think we might be looking for an opportunity to actually exit. But I don't see an opportunity right now. Uh-oh. So, when we think about the story was about our character, Lady Grey, coming into this labyrinth because she's trying to, like, atone for something. Okay. Well, I guess there's one more cutscene we need to watch. Lone birch tree stands in the void. This area feels safe. Since you've been traveling for quite some time already, would you like to rest for now? I guess we can get the conclusion to the story here. Slowly, surely, dreams embrace you. Okay, and then open it one more time. No matter how much you sleep, your eyes feel heavy. Dreams elude you. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so I'm just gonna do a little break while the ads are running, and then we'll get back to the game, because I don't want anybody to miss out on any of this. But in the meantime, you can watch the birds. Where are the birds? It's a very rainy day over here, so I'll just put on this video over here with the rainy day birds. And we'll be back in about 50 seconds. I'm just going to have a little water break while the ad runs by. I will say that the music in this game is pretty good. I might add the soundtrack for this game to the background music for the stream if YouTube doesn't get too mad at me. Anyways, we'll put the birds away. We'll get back to the game because the ad break is over on Twitch. Okay, dreams elude you. Can you remember why you were here? Or have you lost something very important to you? Without it, you'll never reach the end. The envious one has poisoned your body, your mind, your devotion. Seek the dark idol to cleanse yourself, to return where you started. Okay, and the tree is withered. Better move on. So I've heard that you can't finish the game unless you finish it without losing all of your lives at any point in the game, which is the number of bugs you have over there. And Deepan Shu, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? And I've got no choice but to exit because I can't go anywhere. Only a simple memory will remain. That's kind of scary. Dipanshu, can you please reply? I'm replying right now. This is the beginning of the game, where you fall into the deep hole. I think the game just restarted. Okay. Wild Radio says there's a minute-long difference between chat and stream. It shouldn't be a minute long. It shouldn't be a minute long. It should only be a few seconds, maybe 4 seconds or so, between the broadcast and the YouTube. Okay, Dipanshu says, I was creating a firewall, heard that about pfSense, creating my own lab. I'm looking for some advice. I've been working a lot on red teaming and programming. Okay, what kind of advice are you looking for? This is kind of weird because... okay. And then we grab this. Yeah, this is the beginning of the game where you get the rod that lets you move around tiles. You acquired a strange rod. Simply holding it makes you feel uneasy. Something is wrong. Okay, now we can pick up and put down tiles again. So the goal now is to finish the game without losing all of our lives. Because, yeah, I heard that you need to finish the game without going into the void state, which is the state you get into after you lose all your lives and you have to eat the fruit that gets offered to you. So let's go ahead and do that. So the extra lives are acquired in these treasure chests over here. Okay, pick this up, put it down here. And then like this. So I guess what we're going to do is we're going to try to speedrun these first few levels of the game. Where can I connect with you? Yeah, I mean, we've got a Reddit and we've got a Discord. I'll put the links down in the chat. Over here. So how do we get the treasure chest? Man, the music is so intense. So we need to approach the treasure chest from only the front. Okay, another extra life. So to get to this chest, we just need to approach it from the front. Okay. Am I not able to solve the level anymore? Oh, no. We can go up. For a second there, I thought I'd soft lock myself. Pick up one of these. Push the boulders. Okay, Dipanshu says, let's say, I basically want people to know what I have been working and creating on LinkedIn. It's not the right place. LinkedIn is not the right place because I keep posting. It does connect, but where do you post to help document? You want to document what you're doing? I mean, if you want to document what you're doing, you definitely want to put it in like a public place. Well, I mean, you don't... Yeah, I mean, if you want other people to know about it, you should put it in a public place. My recommendation is to use something like GitHub, where you can direct people to if they want to take a look at the project. Okay, so just move the boulders out of the way. Move this here. Okay. Guess we just... I guess the way here is just to build a bridge this way. But we also want to get the treasure chest. So to get the treasure chest, we need to... move in this direction. Move this out of the way. Okay, and then we can get to the chest. So we definitely want as many of these little locust idols as possible, the ones that you get from the chest, because the goal of the game now is to complete the game without losing all of your lives, and your lives are measured with the little locust idols. Aiden, hey, what is up? Okay, exit. And this time, doing these first levels after you've completed the whole game is actually very interesting because you've got a lot more skills now. So up, over... up, over, over, up, over, 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 so we can get access to the crystal here. And then we need to move the boulders so we can get access to the treasure chest. Okay, Dipanshu says, all the best, brother. What is... with what you are doing, we'll be sleeping, okay. What are your majors, though? In college, I'm a statistics student. I mean, I didn't go to school for cybersecurity. I went to school for fine arts. But yeah, I mean, if you want to get into cybersecurity, if that's your goal, then, and you want to go to college, my recommendation would be to do either app development, so some program where you do app development, or some program where you do computer science rather than a program where you specialize in cybersecurity. Because the programs that I've seen people do for cybersecurity, I haven't been super impressed with the quality of the contents that they teach. Not that I'm saying that you should quit your cybersecurity program if you're currently in one, but just an observation. So I don't know if I can get access to this chest anymore. Anyways, we'll exit the level. Oh, actually... Yeah, I don't know if... Yeah, okay, anyway, exit the level. Okay, Wild Radio, are you behind in the stream? Okay, so here we're supposed to see that there are enemies. Exit. So you move before the enemies move. This is another important thing to know. Actually, yeah. Make the snake go back, then trap the snake, then grab the treasure chest. And then we can move it out of the way. Exit. Okay. So there are these enemies as well. So the levels don't get tricky for a little while. Let's see. The room looks like a headache and a half. How many cycles have you gone through today? Cycles? I'm not too sure what we were talking about by cycles. Wild Radio was talking about Mark Twain and statistics, because the other commenter was talking about his statistics degree or statistics program. Okay, trap this guy, grab the extra life. Okay, we'll just wait. Put this down, and then we can exit. Okay. This is a pretty good music track, though. Okay, so what we need to do is we just need to sneak by. Grab one of these. Wait for this guy to pass, and then exit. Okay, so I think here we need to... trap the snake. Okay, that's a trap snake, and then we can push the boulder, make a bridge. Avoid the monsters. I think what we want to pick up the little star tile beside the stairs there as well. Did I just trap myself? I think we need to die. I think we need to... Yeah. There's nothing else I can do. That's a bit embarrassing. Okay. Pick up this. Push this down, make a bridge. Pick up another thing. So we just need to be very careful when we're moving around these snakes. Star Fox Pictures, hello, nice to see you here. Smoking eyes, are we smoking? Okay, we need to wait for the snake to pass by. Then we make a little bridge. Now we can grab this and then exit. Okay. Thanks and yes. Yes, smoking eyes. Not too sure whose smoking eyes you're referring to. Okay, let's sneak past the this worm guy. And pick pick up one of these. Okay. So we can move the statue. Actually, the other thing we can do is we can use the statue to crush the enemies. I guess I'll demonstrate over here. Wait until it's there, move the statue. Okay, and then we can grab this, and then we can exit. Okay, so how delayed is the YouTube stream? Is it 30 seconds or is it 5 seconds? I usually notice the delay between the YouTube stream is about 4 or 5 seconds. Twitch is usually a little bit more responsive. So, I mean, the other thing that we acquired during our last run was this sword, and we can use the sword to kill the monsters. It makes it a little bit easier to move around. Okay, I think it's between, do you use low latency Twitch? Yeah. I guess the YouTube stream is delayed by a bit more today. The game is giving an old school Game Boy feel. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm sure the designers did that intentionally. Okay, so we can just bump the wall to wait, sneak by. I mean, because we've got the sword here, we can also just use the sword to kill off the monsters. And that makes the level a lot easier. Okay, but sometimes it's just a lot easier to just avoid the monsters. Okay, I have 2 delays here, Twitch to restream and restream to YouTube. Yeah, I mean, I use restream as well. So let's kill off the monsters when we can. Okay, and then just exit. Okay, and normally this would be the type of room where you need to adjust in order to get a secret item. Like, we did one of these rooms to get the sword. But I think in this case, we can't do it. Actually, I might have a screenshot from earlier. Anyways, let's just exit. Okay. So we got these worms over here. Let me just pick up some of these. And just build a bridge down to the bottom. What we want to do is we want to get the treasure chest before we exit. We can pick up the stairs. Just put it over here for safekeeping. Get the treasure chest and then exit. Okay, and then grab this. This doesn't seem to be a very complicated room. This is a bit more complicated. Okay, Kyran says, what is your Wi-Fi speed? I mean, pretty fast. I'm not going to go to my way to look it up on the live stream. Actually, we can just cheese this with our sword. But then again, we also want to get the treasure chest. Let me grab one of these. Actually, let's put this back. Let's just kill all the monsters to make it so much easier for us. now we can just scooch by. Wait for them to pass. Tyran says, love your thumbnail so much, it's quite interesting to see. Yeah, I mean, I tried to make some eye-catching thumbnails because that's what gets people to watch on YouTube. Of course, some people have, well, I mean, the thumbnails are made with AI, so some people really take issue with that, but if I were to commission people to make the thumbnail art for each one of my live streams, it would be A, very time inefficient, and B, very expensive. So that's why I use generative AI to create the thumbnails for the streams. Okay, so I guess we just need to sneak on by. Wait for the snake to pass, and then exit. Huh. The tree is withered. Better move on. Okay, so I guess we don't need to watch the... We don't need to watch the cutscenes anymore. Okay. The other thing that I discovered you could do on these screens is you can actually modify some of the numbers. So we could give ourselves 28 extra lives instead of 10 by switching around these two variables over here with the tiles. But I mean, I'll do that off stream because that means I would need to repeat a bunch of levels, and that's not super interesting for people to watch. Actually, you know what? I think what we want to do is we want to adjust our hit points here, because we started at 10 hit points, but when we took our fall, we lost 3 hit points. So I think I'm gonna reset. I'm gonna set this over here. Actually, how would we do that? Okay, let's catch up with chat. I have some ideas about the subject. Let's see. Your live stream is actually really loved by the community. Well, thank you very much, Wild Radio. AI isn't a problem. Why don't we use technology that we have nowadays? I mean, some people are really worried about people in visual arts losing out on work because of AI. And people, yeah, some people really don't like that. Some people like boycott people who use generative AI, especially for artwork. Okay, I would guess that loads of artists would collaborate with you to get their art out there. I mean, we do like to showcase people who do art. Like our good friend PwnedLabs, she does a lot of our emote art. So if you ever took a look at our emotes, like these ones here, so the shy 31 hull and the shy 31 typo and the shy 31 flag, she created all of these emotes. Okay, if AI replaces work made by people, there's a problem. If it's used instead of a non-paid artist, then it's not a factor. I mean, we're talking about potential work. We're talking about potential work for these artists. They lose out on potential because people are using AI to generate stuff instead of hiring them. I agree it is kind of like a controversial topic. So, our hit points, we want to replace this. I'll just put this down here, and then I'll pick up the stairs and put it down this side. Then I'll pick this up, put it down here. I'll pick up the 10, no, I'll pick up, pick up the 7 first, put it here. Then I don't know where to put this stuff. Actually, wait. Maybe we can put the stairs over here first. I'm just trying to figure out how we would replace these tiles. So we want to put the 10 over here, but once I put the 10, once I pick this up, I need to replace it with something else. Hold on. Put this here, pick up the stairs, put the stairs over here, pick up the 7, put it here. Pick up this 10, put it here, pick up the 7, put it here, and then we can have 10 hit points. Okay? And let's see. So it says unpaid potential is not a factor for the artist. They prefer customers that actually want to pay for the work and not get all the work for a dime, or however that saying goes. I mean, artists also don't like dealing with people who are really cheap. I'm sure, and that does factor into it as well. Okay, and Crazy Gamer Studios. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, let's go ahead and exit the level. Alright, so we've got the mural over here. I want to take a look at this mural. So maybe we'll pick up the stairs here. We'll move the statue off to the side, and then we'll start making a little bridge. Okay. Okay, so it says exactly, cheapskates just eat up time and are not worth the headache, not implying that you're one of those. I mean, if I had a lot of money, to invest into the live stream, I would definitely buy a lot of custom art. It's just that I'm not making a ton of money from the live streams, so... Okay, the mural is badly damaged. So... normally what we would do is... well, I mean, for in this game, there are usually these murals over here, and you need to find the 6x6 rooms, and then use the murals to create a pattern. And after you create the pattern, then you can get access to some secret chambers. Oh my god, right? I would buy so much art. Yeah, if I had unlimited money, I would buy all the art. That'd be great. Okay, so we'll just, I think I'm going to take a screenshot of this. So I'll take a screenshot of this, and then maybe we can start, if we encounter this kind of room in the future, we can try to make the pattern. Are you saying we would support you more with subscriptions and memberships? I'm saying if you want to support the stream, then you should support the stream, but if you don't have the time or the money, well, sorry, not the time, but if you don't have the money to support the stream, that's fine. It's just that, yeah, I want everybody to have access to what I'm trying to provide here. You know, cybersecurity education, fun tech vibes, all that other good stuff. But definitely don't do it if you don't have the money for it, for sure. Okay, exit. Okay, this person again. So I wonder if they have something different to say. Oh, it's you again. I'm sorry. I was advised not to speak with you. Okay, so it's interesting now the head kind of moves around. Okay, and exit. And after this, we've got all of these winding tails. So this has to deal with the snake lady. And we need to figure out... there's a whole mystery surrounding how the snake lady, well, how the snake tails connect to each other. So I guess I'll take some screenshots of these snake tails as well. Hold on. Because I think what we need to do is we need to form some sort of pattern with this. So I'll just take a screenshot here. And then we'll continue. It's also interesting that the anatomy is missing something instead of having some attire. Yeah. I mean, I guess this is they don't want to be family unfriendly, I suppose. So they've omitted certain parts of the anatomy. Okay, and then we can build out this way now. And then get to the stairs. Oh, new music. This frog is amazing. Thank you, Crazy Gamer Studios. Okay, so another part of the tail, so I'll take another screenshot. Oh, some fun piano music. Okay, take another screenshot of this level. Okay, and then solve the level. So we can go here, pick up the treasure. Okay, then go over. So all we need to do is we just need to build a bridge and then exit. Okay, PPX, hello, nice to see you here. What is good, my friend? How's your day going? Hope you're having a good day so far. Yeah, we're getting close to the end of our gaming segment, and then we're going to be doing some demonstrations of our PicoCTF. But hey, nice to see you here. Okay, so exit. So there's no tail in this level, so I guess we don't need to take a screenshot. I think what we can do here is we can just make a big circle around the treasure chest here, pick up the stuff inside, and then exit. Mr. Moist, hello, nice to see you here. Take a tile. Yeah, that's what we do. So in this level, I think we need to pick up a normal tile and then make our way over to the other side, pick up this idol, and then start making a bridge. And then go up, go down, make the bridge, exit the level. Okay, so I think we're gonna stop for now. Oh, another snake thing to take a screenshot of. Okay, so I'll just take the screenshot and then we'll finish up this topic. So this was a pretty fun gaming session. We managed to quote unquote finish the game, but we need to replay the game the right way to finish it for sure. Okay. Take that screenshot, done, and then we will exit. But we'll be back here next week to do more fun puzzly stuff. Okay? So exit. Okay, we'll be back. We'll be doing more gaming next week, but we need to move on to the next topic. So I'll just put 60 minutes on the clock. And what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be doing our demos. So we're going to be doing some digital forensic stuff. Topic 2 is here, topic 3 is on deck. And what are we doing? So we're doing PicoCTF. So PicoCTF is, well, it's actually an event that's on right now. If you wanted to do the latest PicoCTF, you can do it from this link. And this is for PicoCTF 2026. I've been doing the challenges from PicoCTF 2026 because it's the current game period from March 9th until March 19th. And I've finished something like 20 challenges from the event, but I think there are like 70 challenges total. I can show you what I've done so far, but I can't show you how I solved any of the challenges or any of the flags. I don't think any of them appear, of course. So There are 70 challenges total. I think I've finished somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 or 21. I've finished most of the ones in the general category. So general skills, I've finished most of these, but I've got a few more to go. And if you want to challenge yourself, go ahead and join the event and try it out. But we're not going to be doing any of the current events. I'm going to be doing a demonstration of challenges that are already passed. So we're going to be doing Pico Mini by CMU Africa. We're going to be doing forensics. Conrad, hello, nice to see you here. And Shota, thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming by. Okay, so we got 4 challenges here in the forensics category that we're going to be demonstrating today. So riddle registry, hidden in plain sight, flag and flame, and corrupted file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up my notes for the challenges, and I'm going to do the demonstration for each. So the first one is riddle registry. Let me bring that up, and then I can start doing my demonstration. Just a sec. Flash you, nice to see you here. Okay. All right, so let's see. So the other thing we need to do these challenges, if you want to join along with us, you can do it inside the PicoCTF web shell. The web shell is a web accessible Linux terminal, and you can access it by going over to here on the right-hand side of the screen after you log in. It's a little button labeled web shell. We'll just click on it. And then afterwards, we can click on this button beside the help button that's labeled pop out web shell terminal. So go ahead and click that. And that's going to put your web shell terminal in full screen, which is going to be a lot more comfortable to work with than the tiny one. Okay, and for this challenge, well, I'll talk about the challenge in just a sec. Okay, let's go ahead and start. This one is riddle registry. So this one we can solve with the web shell. Some of the challenges we can't solve with the web shell because the web shell is terminal only. And yeah, we just need to be aware of that. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the riddle registry challenge from PicoCTF as part of their Pico Mini by CMU Africa event. So the description on the challenge says, "Hi, intrepid investigator. You've stumbled upon a peculiar PDF filled with what seems like nothing more than garbled nonsense. But beware, not everything is as it appears. Amidst the chaos lies a hidden treasure, an elusive flag waiting to be uncovered." So it says, find the PDF file here, hidden confidential document, and uncover the flag within the metadata. So what we need to do for this challenge is we need to download the file. Jackson America, hello, nice to see you. What is up? So we're just going to go over to the link. We're going to right-click it, and then we're going to select Copy Link. So after that, we're going to go over to the web shell. And in the web shell, we're going to create a directory to work inside of. So we're going to make a directory called riddle registry, I think. riddle_registry. And then we're going to enter that directory. We like to segment our file system so that we're not leaving all of the files in one directory because it can get kind of messy. So now that we're in the riddle registry directory, we'll type debiget and then space and then paste in the file address we copied. So after we do that, hit the enter key, and then we've downloaded the confidential.pdf file here. And Python print hello world. Hey, hello, nice to see you here. Yeah, we're going to be covering more Python programming in about 55 minutes or so, but we're going to be doing demonstrations up until then. Okay, clear the screen, and we've got the PDF file. We can't actually open up the PDF file inside of the web shell, but what we can do is we can take a look at what the file actually is. If we type in file and then confidential.pdf, we can see that this is a PDF document, version 1.7, one page. Okay, but what else can we do? So since this is a digital forensics challenge, there's a number of different things we can take a look at. For example, we could take a look at the readable strings inside of the document by using the strings command. And this will let us know if there's any hidden strings in here. Most of the hidden strings inside of these type of files are associated with not the text, but rather the metadata. So there's a bunch of different metadata inside of the file. Let's talk a little bit more about that before we solve the challenge. Okay, where is it? So in this challenge, we're asked to find a flag in a PDF document. So this is Riddle Registry. So it says a structured working approach or a standard working practice. Okay, and Flash says, so you have a beginner playlist for getting into hacking stuff? Because I'm a total newbie. Yeah. Let me, here's the Get Into Cyber link. You can take a look there. And there are some beginner challenges, and there's also references to people who are trying to get into the cybersecurity industry. I've got some advice, I've got some links, I've got some videos. Okay, Jackson says, I did all the lists, tuples and dictionaries, strings and floats, slicing, but not confident. Yeah, I mean, the important thing is to get a lot more practice in, because even if you learn the concept once, it can be a bit more difficult to understand unless you start using the code. And Ash Winder Singh, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, that was about you using separated directories. Oh, no worries, yeah. Okay, let's continue. Okay, so we're asked to find a flag in the PDF document. So because all of these CTF challenges are about finding flags somewhere in the challenge. So if we look at the document normally, we don't find the hidden information we're looking for. So sometimes you need to actually open up the documents in the regular way to progress the challenge. But in this case, we don't need to. But what we're actually taking a look at is we're taking a look at the metadata for the document. So most media files, such as picture files, audio files, and video files, have metadata associated with them, which is data about the data. So PDF files are another type of file that also has metadata embedded inside of it. In media files, this metadata is called EXIF, and it can tell us info such as the device that we used to create the file size, and much more. So we can use a common tool in Linux called EXIF tool to inspect a file's EXIF metadata. So in this case, there's a strange value in the author field in the EXIF data. This is actually an encoded string that was encoded using a system called base64. So if we go back to the web shell here, and we take a look at the confidential.pdf, we can use the EXIF tool command, EXIF tool space, and then the name of the file, confidential.pdf. And this will let us know about the metadata for this file. So we've got, let's see, the file name, the directory, file size, all this good stuff. But we also see this strange string in the author field. So, I mean, this is probably not the author. And what this actually is an encoded string. So encoded means that it's been modified to transform the data. So if we take a look at this, we can echo out this string and we can pipe it into the base64 command to decode this. So base64 is the encoding method for this string. Anytime you see a bunch of uppercase and lowercase letters along with a bunch of numbers, then this might be a base64 encoded string. Base64 is a very common encoding scheme you see inside of CTF challenges, and it's just a way to transform information from a readable form to a non-readable form. Strange, base64 encoded potato, of course. Okay, so if we decode the string, we actually get the flag. So it's called PicoCTF puzzled metadata found. So sometimes you can find some interesting data inside of the metadata. So this is what this challenge was trying to teach. So before we finish off, is there anything else I was saying about this? Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about the base64 encoding. So base64 is a common encoding method found in CTF challenges to disguise information. So it's pretty common to see in the information technology space, and it was originally used to move around binary data and turn binary data into a form that can be easily moved around different systems. I think the original use for base64 was to transmit binary data across networks because it puts it into a form that that most applications can handle, which is basic uppercase, lowercase letters, and not non-printable bytes. Okay, MIME encoded strings such as emails. Do most emails have? No, I mean, emails are mostly text. I don't know. I'm not too sure whether or not they have non-printable bytes inside of them. Anyways, so if you wanted to encode data into base64, it's pretty easy. We can demonstrate it over here. Okay, so if we wanted to echo out, this is readable data, and then pipe it out into base64, it'll transform this message into a base64 string. So it turns into this string over here. So an important thing to know when you're taking a look at random strings of numbers and letters is that if you see these equal signs over here, it's usually a good indication that this might be a base64 encoded string, because the number of characters in a base64 encoded string has to be divisible by the number 4. That's just how the base64 system works. But if the number of characters doesn't equal a number that's divisible by 4, it'll pad out the string with the number of these equal signs over here. So if we wanted to get our original message back from this, we would echo it out, echo out the string, and then pipe it into base64-D for decode, and we get the original message back. Okay, Jackson America says, email does not allow non-printable bytes. No? Okay, that's great to know. I haven't done too much investigation into email. Thank you for letting us know about that. Jackson America says, what are you doing right now? Because it's not normal idle coding like I did many times. No, we're not doing coding right now. We're doing digital forensics challenges. Okay, SysOS says it was made so that TTYs that only support ASCII could deal with the data, such as many terminals or universities used to be back in the day. Oh, awesome, awesome. I do know that it is for transforming data into like a common format that can be used by a lot of different systems. Okay, Jackson America says, do you know Visual Studio Code application? Yeah, I know about Visual Studio Code. I don't necessarily use it. I want to learn that because I think in that application we can choose any programming language we want. It's true. Visual Studio Code supports a lot of different programming languages. So you can use the same program to learn a few different programming languages. Okay, so I guess the last thing we should do is we should get the flag value. So the flag is over here, and we're just going to base64 decode it, and then we find the flag. So we just need to copy the flag, go back to the challenge, and then paste in the flag value, and then click on Submit Flag, and we're finished. All right, everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Riddle Registry Challenge from PicoCTF as part of their Pico Mini by CMU Africa event. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Not leaving, just have to say that for the YouTube video that I need to cut later. Thank you very much. Okay, Jackson probably thinks it's some bootcamp live something. Well, I mean, this isn't necessarily a boot camp. We are going to be talking about some basic Python stuff a little bit later. Okay. The RFC about email messages in case anybody wants to learn about it. Thank you very much for the link, SysOS Master. Jackson America says, please make a video so I can learn to use VS Code. I mean, I don't really deal with VS Code on this channel. I don't really use like IDEs, but I'm sure there are a lot of other videos that are very good on the topic on YouTube. Sorry about that. Okay, let's move on to the next challenge. So to keep proper hygiene on the file server, after you're finished, what you should do is you should delete the directories that you were working inside of. So riddle registry, we can rm-r riddle registry to delete the files already in there. Okay, and then we've got a nice clean file system. Okay, let's move on to the next challenge. So the next challenge is going to be hidden in plain sight. Okay, so this one's also a browser web shell solvable. Let me take a quick look at my document for this, just to figure out if we should be using the web shell or not. So let's see. This one is called, what is it? Hidden in plain sight. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we can do this inside of the web shell. Let's go ahead and start. Okay. All right, everybody. This is a guided walkthrough for the Hidden in Plain Sight challenge from PicoCTF as part of their Pico Mini by CMU Africa event. The description for the challenge says, you're given a seemingly ordinary JPEG image. Something is tucked away out of sight inside the file. Your task is to discover the hidden payload and extract the flag. Download the JPEG image here. So we've got a link. So we're just going to copy the link. Sorry, in chat, like not Xelva. Hello, nice to see you. Please make a playlist of you doing the medium and hard difficulties in PicoCTF. I mean, what we focus on this channel is doing beginner level content. I do have some more difficult stuff for PicoCTF, but I don't have it separated out. I mean, if you want to take a look at the general PicoCTF playlist with all of the different challenges we've covered, you can find it over here. I'll give you the link in just a second. So the general playlist is here. So we got 119 videos. Here's the link. Okay, let's get back to the challenge. Okay, so we need to download the image. So we can right-click on the link, select copy link, and then go over to our web shell. So in the web shell, we're going to create a directory to complete the challenge, just so that we can keep all of our files separate. So we're going to make the directory, it's going to be called hidden plain sight, and then enter that directory. So from here, we're going to download the file. So wget space, paste in the file address, hit enter, and then download the file. So we've got this JPEG image here now, and like in the previous challenge, what we're going to do is we're going to inspect the metadata for this particular file. So let's talk about it. Hidden in plain sight. So in this challenge, we're asked to take a look at a JPEG image. We need to find the hidden info, the flag, in the file. So we can take a look at the metadata of this file using the exif tool command. And we can see an interesting string in the comment field of the metadata. So metadata is what we're going to be taking a look at. So any media file, so like a picture file or an audio file or a video file, is going to have metadata. Metadata is data about the data. And in this case, we can use the exif tool command, exif tool, to take a look at the metadata. So we type in exif tool space and then the name of the file, img.jpg. And this has a lot of information about this particular JPEG file. Santa Vice, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so we've got all sorts of interesting information, including this comment over here. So this comment is not a human readable string, but this might be some encoded information. So the most common sort of encoding that you're going to find in these CTF challenges is called base64, and base64 is basically a way we can encode messages or encode strings into a hidden form. But we can also decode those strings from the hidden form and turn them back into human readable strings. So we're just going to copy this, and then we're going to echo it out, and we're going to base64 decode this. So most of the time you can identify base64 encoded strings when you see a string that has both uppercase and lowercase letters and a bunch of numbers. So it's the other thing that is pretty much a giveaway that we might be looking at base64 encoded string is that the number of characters in the string is going to be divisible by the number 4. So if we run word count on this, we see that it is 29 characters long, but 29 characters long. Oh, right. So this is 29 characters long because there's a what is it called? Because there's a new line character in there. So if we do echo without the new line, then we get 28, and 28 is a number that's divisible by 4. So this qualifies as a base64 encoded string. So if we run the same thing, but we base64 decode this, unless the padding characters are removed, which is an option. That's true. That's true. But for beginners, you don't need to necessarily worry about that so much. When you see a suspicious string, you might want to try base64 decoding it, and it might work. Okay, so we see here that there's a hidden message after we base64 decode the message that looks like what's another base64 encoded string, along with the name of a program over here called steghide. So what is steghide? Jackson America says the count function. I mean, if you were using Python, we might be able to use a count function. When you see something that might be base64, try to decode it always. Yeah, I mean, when you're trying to figure out what a weird looking string might be, you can definitely try a few different methods to try to figure out what it is. Thank you very much for subscribing, Fury Gang, on YouTube. Why the -n? So we did the -n to omit the new line character with echo, because echo automatically includes a new line character if you don't use the -n. So it goes from 29 characters to 28 characters without the new line. Prismadroid, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so what was I going to say? Okay, so what is this steghide thing? Let's talk about it. So this comment is a string encoded with the base64 encoding method. If we decode the string, we see mention to something called steghide and another base64 encoded string. So we see another base64 encoded string. We see steghide. What is the steghide thing? Let's see. Why is your name on the same line? Oh, it's because we did echo without the n, right? Hold on. Echo n base64. I think it might be something to do with the base64 command. It doesn't add the base64 command doesn't add a new line. Maybe that's it. Oh, curious about the choice. No worries. Echo always adds a new line. -n suppresses this. E makes it print escape sequences. J Soberbeck, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so let's talk about this, what is it called? Steghide program. So what is steghide? So in this case, we're talking about steganography, and steganography is a method for hiding secret information inside of files, usually media files such as pictures, audio files, or video files. So when people start talking about steganography, they're talking about hiding files inside of other files. But we also saw another base64 encoded string when we base64 decoded, didn't we? When we decode that string as well, we discover what might be a password. So here we're demonstrating decoding that other string we found, and it decodes to this over here, password. So the steghide program is used to hide files inside of other files, and we usually need a password to retrieve the hidden files. So if we combine all this knowledge over here, we can use this command over here called steghide. It's a pretty commonly used program inside of steganography. And if we run it with extract on the image file and we supply a password, we can extract the file, which is called flag.txt. So let's demonstrate this. So we go back to the web shell, and then we do steghide. Oh, sorry, there was the other password as well. So we need to base64 decode this one as well. So I'll demonstrate that. So I think we can also do printf, right? Printf with this string and then base64 decode it. Okay, and we get this password. So I'm just going to copy that. And what we're going to do is we're going to run the steghide program to extract information from image.jpg. So we'll specify that as the steganography file. And we're going to specify a password as well, which is this password. Okay, when we run that, unknown argument SF. Hold on, what did my... Every time okay, the F has to be lowercase. Every time I run steghide, I get some part of the syntax wrong. So let's go back and we'll make this F lowercase. Remember everybody, if you don't do the command exactly as they want it, it doesn't work. Okay, so we get the message, wrote extracted data to flag.txt. So if we take a look in here, we've extracted this flag by using the steghide program. So if we read flag.txt, we get the flag for this challenge that we can submit and get the and complete the challenge. So it says, you're like me, I always get one flag wrong with steghide. Case sensitive, case very sensitive. Okay, so I think I don't have anything else to talk about in this challenge, do we? Ah, okay. All right, so we just need to copy the flag. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. And Dika, thank you. Go back to the challenge, paste in the flag here in the submission field, and then click on Submit Flag. And we're finished. All right, everybody, that was the Hidden in Plain Sight challenge from PicoCTF as part of their Pico Mini by CMU Africa event. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, that's just something I got to say for the YouTube. Thank you very much for understanding. We'll move on to the next challenge. So the next challenge is going to be Flag and Flame. So this one's an interesting challenge. I think we need to do some... I think we need to... We can't really use the web shell for this challenge. So we're just going to be switching over to another machine. So the other machine is going to be my Kali machine over here. And I'll just make a little tab for PicoCTF here. PicoCTF. Okay. And I'll make a directory for this as well. We'll do that in just a sec. PJ Torres says, I love this stuff. I remember doing this stuff in college. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Pete Torres. Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and start the challenge. So this is Flag and Flame. And let me load up my presentation file for this first. It's Flag and Flame. Okay. All right, everybody. This is a guided walkthrough for the Flag and Flame challenge from PicoCTF as part of their Pico Mini by CMU Africa event. The description on the challenge says, the SOC team discovered a suspiciously large log file after a recent breach. When they opened it, they found an enormous block of encoded text instead of the typical logs. Could there be something hidden within? Your mission is to inspect the resulting file and reveal the real purpose of it. The team is relying on your skills to uncover any concealed information within this unusual log. Download the encoded data here, logs data. Be prepared the file is large, and examining it thoroughly is crucial. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is we want to take a look at this, we want to download this file. So we can go over to the link, we can right click, we can select copy link, and then we can go over to our terminal. So we're going to be using a Kali Linux environment for this. Sirkin Toy, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, and we're going to download the file. So wget space, and then paste in the file address, download the file, and we can see here that we've got logs.txt. So what we can do is we can inspect the file. So if we take a look at what the file type is for this, it says it's ASCII text with very long lines. And so since it's ASCII text, we can just read it with the cat command. And we see here that this is a very long base64 encoded string. So, I mean, how can we tell that it's base64 encoded? It's because we see a bunch of, what is the word? Sorry. We see a bunch of uppercase and lowercase letters along with some numbers, a couple of special symbols like the plus sign and the slash. But in this case, we're dealing with a very large base64 string. Curl LSO, awesome. Hey, nice to see you here. Prism Droid. Okay, so what can we do with this? We can base64 decode this if we know it's a base64 encoded string. So what we're going to do is we're just going to cat out the logs, but we're going to base64 decode them, and we're just going to create a file called logs with this command over here. So after we do that, if we run the file command on logs, it says it's a PNG image data file. So what that base64 encoded information actually was a PNG picture file. So if we know this is a PNG, then we can rename the file. So move logs to logs.png to restore the file. So we got logs.png in here. And what we can do is we can actually take a look at the actual content of the file. So sometimes in these forensics file challenges, you need to actually take a look at the pictures. We can do that on Linux with the xdgopen command. xdgopen is going to use the typical program to open up whatever file you supply to it. So in the case of picture files like PNGs or JPEGs, it's going to open up your image viewer. So if we give this command, we see this picture over here, this hacker type looking guy, but we can actually see that there's some text at the bottom. So if we zoom on in and then go to the bottom, scroll, we see here that there's a long string of numbers and letters. So you might jump to the conclusion that this is base64 encoded information, but this actually doesn't fit the base64 encoded string standard because it's only numbers and uppercase letters. So if this was a base64 encoded string and they were this long, you'd usually see like a mixture of uppercase and lowercase letters. So this is something else. SysOS says xdgopen is the counterpart to Windows start file command. I've never used I've only ever seen the start command inside the Windows command line a couple of times. It could be base64. It's true, it could be base64, but most of the time when you have got long base64 strings, it's very unlikely that it's going to be all one case. It's very unlikely it's all going to be uppercase letters or all lowercase letters. But anyways, okay, let's review what we've got so far. So this is Flag and Flame. In this challenge, we're asked to look at a log file and get some secret data out of it. So when we inspect the file, it looks like it's been encoded with the base64 method. So when we downloaded the file and we looked at it, it's got very long strings. We suspect this is base64, so we decode this. We can decode the file to restore it back to its original state. So this is something you can do with binary files, such as picture files. If you want to move them around between different, from one place to another, you can just base64 encode the information and then restore it on the other end. So when we decode the file to restore its original state, we can see that it was originally a picture file, a PNG. So we renamed the file to give it its proper file extension. So we just give it back its PNG file extension. Okay, and when we open up the PNG file normally, we see that there's a string of hexadecimal numbers. So hexadecimal numbers, this is what we're actually looking at over here. So what are these hexadecimal numbers? So hexadecimal is a different type of number system from regular decimal numbers. If we see a string of numbers and letters from A up until F, and then what we're looking at is probably hexadecimal numbers. So I guess this is the other giveaway, that this is a hexadecimal string as opposed to base64 encoded, because we see that the letters never go beyond the letter F inside of the string, whereas you would see a lot more letters inside of a base64 encoded string. So instead of copying these hexadecimal numbers by hand, we can use an app to read them for us. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking advantage of some OCD, optical character, OCR. It's not OCD. OCD is something different. Sorry about that, everybody. It should be OCR reading, not OCD reading. Anyways, so what can we do? So in order to get our OCR running, we can use Google. So google.com. And then we can go over to the search by image section over here. So click on that and then upload a file. So we're just going to upload the PNG file that we're working with. Okay, so it's over here. Here, so logs.png. So click on that, click on open, and then we can select the text. So what we're going to do here in this window is we're just going to isolate the text, and then we're going to quote-unquote translate it. So click on translate. We're going to go from English to English. So just click on English over here. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're going to select copy text. So we got English to English going on. Click on copy text, and then the text will be copied to the clipboard. Okay, so we're going to go back to our terminal, and we're going to echo out whatever we just copied. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, it copied too much. Hold on. Let's isolate just the number string. Okay, let's get rid of all this stuff. Okay, so just the number string and get rid of everything else. And what we're going to do is we're going to translate this from hexadecimal to ASCII. So this is another thing that that we see a lot of in beginner CTF challenges, is that they'll translate decimal numbers to ASCII and they'll translate hexadecimal numbers to ASCII. So in this case, we're going to take the hexadecimal string and we're going to use the XXD program to transform the hexadecimal digits into ASCII text. Okay, and we see here this flag, PicoCTF Forensics Analysis is amazing, but I guess the OCR program translated the X incorrectly here. What this should be is it should be an open bracket. So let's copy this thing, and then let's replace the X with the open bracket over here. Catch up with chat. PPX says, if you could choose to study in university from mechatronics, I'm assuming you mean electronics, or AI engineering, or cybersecurity, what would you choose? I mean, I would choose, if it's between those three, I would probably go with electronic engineering. AI engineering seems a bit too new these days. It seems like the field isn't super. I mean, I'm not too sure. You shouldn't take my advice. Off by one always happens. David Ermine, hello, nice to see you here. What are we doing today? So we're just doing some demonstrations for forensics challenges right now. Big Fat Chicken says, I remember coming across this challenge. Yeah. I mean, this was it's a pretty recent event. Anyways, I don't think I've got anything else in the presentation. Hold on. Okay, so one thing we can do with hexadecimal strings is that they can be decoded into printable characters called ASCII. So anytime you've got a long string of hexadecimal characters, you can try using the XXD program to decode them back into printable characters. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're just going to copy the flag here, and we're going to submit this to finish the challenge. Here. Okay, so paste it in, submit the flag, and you're finished. All right, everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Flag and Flame Challenge from PicoCTF as part of their Pico Mini by CMU Africa event. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so let's see. PPX says, mechatronics engineering is a interdisciplinary field that combines mechanical engineering, electronics, computer science, and control engineering to design and develop intelligent systems. Mechatron. I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that term before, but it's interesting to know that this kind of stuff exists and that they've got university programs for it. So which country is this university in? Just so I know what to look out for. It's not that I don't believe these types of programs exist. It's just that it's been a long time since I've been looking at university programs. What will happen, it says, just want to ask, I'm new to CTF. Can you explain the differences between all the different challenges? OSINT, miscellaneous, etc. I'm hoping you can help. Yeah, I can do a short explanation as to the differences between the different CTF challenge categories, sure. Let's create a little document here. We'll make this nice and big. Normal CTF categories. So usually you see general, you see reverse engineering, you see web X, you see binary X, you see digital forensics, and you see cryptography. These are the categories you'll see in most CTF competitions. General is kind of a catch-all for everything. Reverse engineering is usually going to be reverse engineering a compiled binary. The language that was used to compile the binary is usually going to be Java or C, but there are other challenges that use compiled binaries from other programming languages as well. And so what is the word? The goal of all of these challenges is to get some sort of secret message out of the challenge and submit it. It's usually called a flag. So web app exploitation is going to be taking a look at a web app and usually exploiting some sort of web app security flaw on a web page in order to finish the challenge. Binary X is basically finding a security flaw in a program. Usually the beginner level challenges are going to deal with stack buffer overflow or programming logic that and usually for these BinX challenges, you're also given source code so that you can identify the faulty functions or the faulty methods inside of the source code that was used to write the programs for easier identification. So that's binary X, and we also have digital forensics. Digital forensics is basically the ability to inspect either a single file or a set of files for some hidden information. Typically in the easier challenges, you'll see either image files or some other type of binary file that you need to extract a string out of. There are also a lot of network packet, so like network logs that you would inspect with a program like Wireshark in order to find some secret messages. That's digital forensics. And the last category that you typically see in these CTF challenges is cryptography. So cryptography is either going to be classic cryptography, which deals with like really old methods of encryption. So stuff like Caesar cipher or Vigenère cipher or some other type of substitution cipher, or modern ciphers. So modern ciphers are stuff like RSA or Diffie-Hellman, and typically cryptography. Well, the higher level cryptography challenges are kind of pretty difficult. Anyways, I hope that helps. Cybercoster. Oh, let's catch up with chat. Okay, I was probably going to use Gemini to guide me in using Kali Linux to solve problems. I mean, the AI can help a lot when you're solving CTF challenges. I use it all the time. Okay, PPX says there's some universities offering mechatronics and engineering programs in Canada. University of Dubai offers a bachelor's of science in mechatronics. Germany also. Okay. Blue Bubble says, I'm amazed. It's amazing how good you are at Nano. I'm Vim. I couldn't even work that quick. I mean, Nano is a beginner's text editor, so it's I can work with it very quickly. Jang Hello has XSS. XSS is a web app vulnerability. Yeah, you'll find it in like WebEx categories. Cybercoster says, in a CTF I'm doing beginner level challenges, find myself not knowing the Linux commands or tools to solve the challenges, end up using AI to give me solutions, and I feel like I'm cheating. Do you have a better way of doing this? I mean, you can ask the AI to help you with Linux commands. You don't have to feel bad. You just need to take notes on what commands you're using so that if you ever come across a similar problem, you can know to use the Linux commands without using the AI. There's no shame in using the AI to learn about stuff that you've never encountered before. It's just that you shouldn't be using it too quick. You should be doing some other research first before asking the AI to help you out. Okay, Blue Bubble says, I'm so used to Vim. That's what I'm trying to say, I guess. No worries. SysOS says, broken implementation due to small key sizes. That's what you'll usually see in the beginner cryptography challenges. PPX says, okay. So each challenge has a different solution. Well, I mean, you'll usually see the same types of stuff come up over and over again in a particular CTF category if you do enough CTF challenges. But I mean, the important thing is that if you're able to identify what you think might be the type of problem that the CTF is trying to address, then you can very quickly be able to identify it. Okay, so Soul F says, what is the best approach when learning cybersecurity? Is it better to focus on one platform or to use multiple platforms? I would say multiple platforms is the way to go, but don't hop around for the sake of hopping around. use the platform for what it's good at and its specializations. So PicoCTF for beginner level challenges, Hack the Box for more advanced challenges, and TryHackMe for whatever you need to get out of TryHackMe. It's got a lot of different stuff over there. Okay, so Solef says, should we specialize in one field such as Pwn, web, or reverse engineering? Is it better to learn a bit of everything at the beginning? I would say that as far as specializing in one of these categories is concerned, do what you enjoy the most, right? So if you really like web exploitation, then definitely dive deep into the web exploitation. And if you don't enjoy cryptography, then you definitely don't need to learn cryptography unnecessarily. Of course, cryptography kind of like sneaks its way into a bunch of other categories as well. So you'll see cryptography inside of digital forensics and these other categories as well. But yeah, basically study until you get tired of one particular category and then move on to another category is what I'm trying to say. Okay, thank you very much for the subscriptions on YouTube, Sandio and How and Kontiki and Sirkin Toy. Thank you very much. Okay, what is the difference between doing research and using AI? I mean, that's the problem, right? Because AI is kind of integrated into search engines these days. You can't go to Google and ask any questions in Google without having the AI pop up and give you a suggestion. So, you could look for, what is it? Base 64 to, let's say I wanted to do hexadecimal to ASCII Linux command. So the first thing that's going to pop up is the AI giving you some sort of command inside of the AI overview over here for Google. So it's hard to avoid AI. Most of the time, you can skip past, if you really wanted to, you can skip past the AI and then just go over to the links that it provides. But it's tough. It's tough to avoid AI unless, I feel like AI is just a quicker search engine. A lot of people are substituting the search engines with just AI queries, and I mean sometimes using the AI is a lot faster than manually searching through Google or something else. But you really need to be careful when you're using a lot of AI, because AI can give you inaccurate results. Okay, the Google AI overview, though, only provides results of the Google search. Yeah, I mean, sometimes the AI overview is going to give you like a quicker answer than scrolling down and looking at the links. Xanavi says, using DuckDuckGo to just search Stack Overflow and similar helps avoid AI. It's ultra hard versus amateur. It's a difference in wisdom. Just saying, of course it does. But it also have links for each result that gave that information. Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about like this search query for the AI overview, it also tells you where it got the information from. So it got the information from the Stack Overflow link over here. So we can just click on that and then go directly to the link for that it got the answer from over here, which is nice that you're able to take a look at its references. Okay, I think I've got one more challenge we need to do before we move on to the next thing. Okay, PPX says, I'm really confused what major to study in uni. Should I be studying some sort of engineering or AI stuff, or studying cybersecurity by myself, or as a course? What do you think? I mean, I can't tell you what to do. I can't tell you what to do because I don't know your exact circumstances. I would say that going to university specifically for cybersecurity, I'm not too sure if that's the right way to do it. If you want to go into cybersecurity, I would focus more on doing a general computer science program, or doing some sort of program where you can do app development. Cybercoster says, in your experience, does CTF transition really well into real-life applications, or is there something else that you need to be doing? Well, it really depends on what kind of CTFs you're looking at. I mean, beginners level CTFs are not, being able to do beginner level CTFs is not going to get you a job necessarily. They are a stepping stone because beginner level CTFs eventually evolve into more difficult level CTFs, and the more difficult CTFs usually have some sort of real world implications, I'd say. But the other thing is that you shouldn't mistake about CTFs is that CTFs aren't always realistic scenarios. But yeah. Anyways, we're going to be doing our last challenge. The last challenge is called corrupted file. So let me pull this up. Thank you very much for following AdHamSec. Thank you. Fred the Baddie says, Muhidals talks about you. I'm in need of a beginner's Python course. Is that what HackerFrogs is? Python course. Well, I mean, we're going to be talking about beginner level Python in just a little bit, maybe in about 5 or 10 minutes, but it's not like a comprehensive course. We do have links for other education resources. So I just left it in chat. If you wanted to look up the programming resources over there, there's some really good links for learning Python. Okay, so let me do my last challenge, and then we'll be moving on to the next topic. Okay, so the last challenge is going to be corrupted file. This one has some interesting concepts in it as well. Okay, and we'll just download. Just a second, everybody. I gotta clear my throat. Okay, let's begin the challenge. Oh, before we begin the challenge, let's go ahead and get rid of this stuff that's already here. Let's remove these files. Okay, and we can get rid of this one as well. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Corrupted File Challenge from PicoCTF as part of their Pico Mini by CMU Africa event. The description on the challenge says, this file seems broken, or is it? Maybe a couple of bytes could make all the difference. Can you figure out how to bring it back to life? Download the file here. Okay, let's catch up with chat before we proceed. Blue Bubble says, sorry, chap, didn't mean to interject. No worries, no worries. Too Raw for you says, do you think some CTFs at least point you in a direction and the tools needed for real world use? I mean, it really depends on the category of CTF. I'd say that, where was it? So the general category, it's really up in the air whether or not that's going to lead to like real world scenarios. Reverse engineering is usually going to steer you towards a path where you're doing binary analysis. So if you ever wanted to do something like malware analysis and stuff like that, reverse engineering, it's pretty good at teaching people like basic techniques about how to disassemble binaries and look at the information inside. Web exploitation is good at teaching people how to identify web vulnerabilities, and I'd say that like the web app hacking category in CTFs, if you go beyond the beginner level vulnerabilities that you see there, you're going to see some real world stuff. So binary hacking as well is also going to teach you the basics of how to do how to take advantage of insecurely coded applications. So stuff like like buffer overflows. People say that buffer overflows don't exist in modern applications. I'd say that there's still buffer overflow available out there, but you need to work really hard to get it. But yeah, it's a good beginner's introduction to this kind of stuff. Digital forensics usually teaches you how to use specific types of software. So taking a look at network packet capture files for stuff like Wireshark, or taking a look at disk image forensics. I'd say that most of these CTF challenges will eventually like teach you real world skills. Okay, which days does this live stream go on for? I mean, yeah. We do the live streams on Wednesdays and Fridays, but that's in North America. The schedules are usually on the Reddit or the Discord. But let's move on and finish the challenge, and then we can move on to the next thing. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to highlight the link here, and we're going to copy it. Then we're going to go over to our terminal, and we're going to download the file. So it's wget and then space, paste in the file address, and hit enter to download the file. And the first thing we like to do when we download the files for these forensics challenges is to identify what's actually in the file. So we will use the file command, kind of confusing, but file on file. And it says this is data. So what we're looking at is we're looking at a file that doesn't have human readable text inside of it. Instead, it has machine readable data. So if we try to read this normally, we're going to see a lot of non-printable characters, and it's not going to make a lot of sense. So what we want to do is we want to take a look at the bytes, inside of this file. So to do that, we can use the XXD program. So the XXD program is used to take a look at the byte content, at the hexadecimal byte contents of a file. And in this case, we see the hexadecimal representation of the bytes, as well as their potential ASCII decode. So here we see what is probably a picture file, because what we can see here is the JFIF, and JFIF is a common file header for JPEG files. So we're talking about file headers, we're talking about magic bytes. So let's talk a little bit more about this before we move on. So this is the corrupted file challenge, and in this challenge we're asked to take a look at the file, specifically its bytes. So if we try to read the file, we see its contents are not human readable text, but rather machine readable data. So if we run the file command on the file, it says it's data and not ASCII text. So when we're looking at a file whose content is data, that is non-human readable data, we can use the XXD program to inspect its bytes in hexadecimal form. So one thing that we should understand is that many data file types use the first few bytes in their content as a file signature, which lets systems know what type of file it is. So if you wanted to read more about something like this, there's an article on, actually, magic bytes. Nope, file signatures. We're looking at a list of file signatures. So depending on what kind of file we're looking at, it'll have a different hex signature at the beginning of the bytes in the file to let the system know what kind of what kind of file or what kind of file format the file is. So for example, if we wanted to look at JPEG files, so JPEG files are going to have beginning bytes that look like these patterns over here. And let's see. So what we want to do, if we suspect that this file was originally a JPEG file, is we need to modify the bytes in the file so that it matches the correct file signature. So do I have anything more to talk about that? Okay, so judging from the JFIF text in the first few bytes of the file, we suspect that this was supposed to be a JPEG picture file, and somehow the file signature got corrupted so that the system no longer recognizes this file as a JPEG file. So what we need to do is we need to correct the magic bytes in order to restore the file. So if we research what the magic bytes for a JPEG file are supposed to be, we can see that this file's magic bytes don't match. So if we know that the magic bytes for the JPEG file are supposed to be FF, D8, FFE0, and then we look at the magic bytes for this file, it's 5C78. That doesn't match the magic bytes. So what we need to do is we need to modify the magic bytes. Okay, let's see. Are you doing PicoCTF? Then that's what's going on right now. Yeah, we're just going to finish up this challenge, and then we're going to move on to our Python programming. Okay, so we restored this file back into a JPEG picture file. We need to modify the file's magic bytes to match the JPEG ones. So we can do this with a hex editor program. So for example, we've got hexedit installed on this system. So hexedit file.jpg. Actually, what we need to do first is we're just going to give this file its proper file extension. And that's going to be move file.jpg. So that means after we fix the magic bytes, then we're going to be able to open up this program or the file. So we do hexedit on file.jpg, and we can just move inside of here and we can modify the bytes manually. So the bytes are going to be FFD8 FFE0. FFD8 FFE0. So here, FFD8 FFE0. Okay, so it should be correct now. So we're just going to save out the file, Control X, save changes, and then this is now identified as a JPEG image data file. So we've restored the file. The last thing we need to do is we need to take a look at the file inside of the normal program. So xcg open file.jpg, and we see here that there is a hidden message. PicoCTF restored the bytes something something. So just like the previous challenge we looked at, we need to read this using an OCR program because copying this out manually is going to be a big pain in the butt. So we're just going to go back to Google. And we're going to click on search by image, and we're going to upload the file. Okay, and then we're going to highlight the text. So just this stuff over here. And then quote unquote translate. We're going to go from English to English, and then we're going to copy the text. Okay, and then after we do that, we're going to paste out the text, and we see that it didn't exactly get the characters 100%. It mistook the curly brackets for parentheses, but that's okay. We're just going to replace the parentheses with the curly brackets, and then we're going to copy the flag. So copy this, then go back to the challenge, paste in the flag, and submit the flag. And we're done. All right. Everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Corrupted File Challenge from PicoCTF as part of their Pico Mini by CMU Africa event. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next topic. Cybercoster asks, what CTF type do you find most enjoyable and why? I mean, I really enjoy the stuff over at PicoCTF. The challenges are usually not super long. They're usually pretty concise. I really enjoy it. And they've got an event going on right now that you can participate in if you like. Hold on, let me... if you want to take part, this is going to be going on for the next 10 days or so. No, 7 days. It's going to end in 7 days. Anyways, so we're done with PicoCTF. Let's just get rid of all this stuff, and then we'll move on to the next thing. Okay, so topic 2 is done. Topic 3 is here. Topic 4 is on deck. Okay, so we're just going to do the next hour. How difficult is the event? I mean, if you've done a lot of CTF stuff, then you'll find most of the, well, you'll be able to finish maybe 50% of the challenges if you've done a lot of CTF stuff. Um, there are definitely some harder challenges in the mix in PicoCTF, but it is very beginner friendly. And there's also stuff for people who are more experienced as well. But you'll always find some challenging stuff over at PicoCTF, and you'll always find some beginner friendly stuff. So that's why I really like PicoCTF. Anyways, let's move on to the next thing. We're going to be doing our HackerFrogs program. We're going to be learning about Python, and I think we're learning about Python lists. Let me go ahead and bring that up. So this is session number 2. Okay, all right, everybody. This is HackerFrogs AfterSchool Python Programming Basics Part 2. And in the first, well, I mean, if you missed the first session, you should be able to catch up with the concepts we're doing in this session pretty easily. But let's talk a little bit about what we're doing today. Okay, 8-Bit Boy says, the one where I can learn something cool or important or new that will help me learn later in CTFs in the real world. If I follow your GitHub program, what will be the end result? My GitHub program? I mean, if you do Python if you do the entire Python programming basics course over here at HackerFrogs, you'll be able to do some quick and dirty Python programming. The stuff that we do over here, it's only about 7 hours or so. So I wouldn't say that you would get a comprehensive look at Python programming, but if you want to start programming immediately, then that's what we're going to be doing. I taught myself Python using the famous Python Crash Course book. Yeah, I mean, any resources you use that can get you into programming the way you want is the resource you want to use. Okay, so this is the second session for Intro Python Programming. In the previous session, we learned about the following Python concepts. Hello World. We wrote the Hello World program in Python, which is the first program students write for any computer language. So, I mean, we're going to be using this application over here to write our Python code because everybody's got access to it. So you don't necessarily need to have a fancy computer. You just need to have access to a website. So if we go over here into the code, we'll get rid of whatever's already here, and we'll get rid of whatever is already here. Okay, and you can write your Hello World program with a single statement here: print hello world. Okay, and then run the code, and it'll print out hello world. Why? I really need to get rid of these ads. Make it bigger, everybody. Okay, less ads. So print hello world results in this. Whatever Python code you want, you type it in the main.py window, then you click on run, and then it comes out at the bottom here. Cisco Master is, I know a certain person that ought to follow these sessions, not saying anything more. I mean, I very rarely see Slyborg in the live stream, but you know what? She has to learn. She has to learn the way she wants to learn, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, let's move on. So hello world, the print function. So we learned how to use the Python print function, which prints information to the console and is common to almost all programs written in Python. So print is, I mean, learning about the print function also teaches you how to run functions instead of Python, because the print function is a function itself. Close. Darn it, Google vignette. Okay, so print hello world is a function. When you run any function inside of Python, you basically type out the name of the function and then give some parentheses over here. So for print, you can print out any string you want by putting it between some double quotes or single quotes. And in between the single quotes, you type out whatever you want printed out. So I want this printed out. Okay, and then run. And then hopefully it runs. stop run. I want this printed out. Okay, it prints out. Great. Okay, SysOS says get an IDE, the one from JetBrains, because no ads in there. So the reason why I use this online website to teach people about Python is that everybody can use this website. So even if they don't have access to any kind of technology, they can still get they can still start writing some Python code. The thing about the point of the HackerFrogs program is to give people who might not necessarily have the resources to have fancy equipment the ability to get started with tech. Names and shames of fellow creator. I'm not shaming anybody. I'm not shaming anybody. I'm just saying that people. That's too long for a hello world. Is it? Print is everywhere. Why can't I run from it? Yeah, well, you're going to be printing out a lot of stuff when you're doing your beginner level programming stuff, for sure. Online GDB has ads too. Yeah, I mean, all of these free resources are always going to come with ads, unfortunately. Okay, so the print function, variables. So we learned about programming variables, named storage locations, which hold specific values, which can be referenced multiple times in a program. So you're going to see this a lot when you start programming. You're going to see variables, which are either going to be bits of text, like this stuff in between these single or double quotes, or they're going to be simple numbers. You just need to know that whenever you reference them, they're going to contain the value after the equal sign over here. So name equals HackerFrogs. It means that anytime you see the word name inside the program, it actually points back to the string over here, HackerFrogs. Okay, could you not use the PicoCTF web shell? I mean, we could use the PicoCTF web shell. It's just that I shouldn't be using the PicoCTF web shell unless I'm doing PicoCTF challenges. Otherwise, it's kind of against the spirit of PicoCTF. Okay, so let's see. SysOS says you could run PyCharm on a Raspberry Pi without real issues. Not fast, but nothing is fast on it, and no code compilation or AI help. Yeah, I mean, the point is to be able to provide this kind of education to people who might be disadvantaged. So we provide the least path of resistance. So free resources, web resources, because because not everybody has access to any technology. We're assuming. Okay, so variables, data types. So we also learned about data types, which include strings, non-numeric text, integers, whole numbers, and floats, numbers which include decimal places. So the nice thing about Python is that they're not super strict about making sure you define everything as a specific data type when you start putting it in your program. Other programming languages are very, very specific about data types. You have to, whenever you make a variable, you need to say exactly what it is. But in Python, the program kind of guesses what kind of data type you're dealing with. SysOS says Python is loosely typed, so it's easy to hack. Yeah, sometimes that kind of gets in the way. But we've got 3 data types that we're dealing with right now. We've got strings, non-numeric data, integers, which are whole numbers, and floats, which are numbers that are accurate to several decimal places. So in this workshop, we're going to be dealing with exactly 2 different topics. We're going to be talking about Python lists, and we're going to be talking about arithmetic operators. So doing math with Python and making lists with Python. So let's see, Vanto says, funny tip, you can type hint in Python. You can type hint in Python. X int equals 10, X, oh, yeah. I mean, you can, what is the word? You can type different variables inside of Python for sure, but the regular Python really doesn't, what is the word? It doesn't require you to do that. Okay, so we're talking about lists. So lists are part of what Python categorizes as collections, variables that hold one or more values, which can be strings, numbers, or a mixture of different data types. So, I mean, some collections in Python require that all of the items be the same data type, but the regular list in Python can mix up different types of data. So you can put strings or integers or floats inside of them. Type int is given a variable with the expected type. And Sky Blue, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Explicitly typed as opposed to implicitly typed. Yeah, implicitly typed versus explicitly typed. So an example list in Python could look like the following. So you've got vegetables. Vegetables equals carrots, lettuce, beets, or we could make a related to pie list, which is round, 3.14, and delicious. So as you can see by the examples, a list is defined as a number of objects separated by commas between a pair of square brackets. So anytime Python sees the square brackets in your code, it assumes that you're dealing with some sort of list. So if we go back to our online Python over here, we could create our lists like, let's see, how about fruits? That's not how you spell fruits. So fruits equals a list. So the list is going to be a bunch of different strings. So 3 strings. So we're just going to do apples, bananas, and oranges. Okay, so if we put in here print out the fruits, and we run the program, we get the list. So apples, bananas, and oranges. Okay. So the great thing about using Python is that you can start immediately working or playing around with the code to see what it looks like. So fruits, apples, bananas, oranges, and what else? So list indexes. So items in lists occupy ordered positions within it. These are called indexes, where the first item is in the index 0 position, the second item is in the index 1 position. So when we talk about indexes, what we're talking about is the positions of the items in the list. So when we say the list, this list is fruit. Fruit has 3 indexes: apple, orange, and grapes. So if we refer specifically to the fruits list in the 0 index, that is going to be the apple object. The index number 1 is going to be the orange string, and index number 2 is going to be the grape string. So list indexing allows for selection of a specific item in a list by referring to them by the position in which they appear in the list. So the really important thing we need to understand we've got ads running on Twitch. Sorry, everybody. Let's go ahead and take a little water break while the ads run on Twitch. You know what? Let's put on some music, and we'll just do a little 30-second break while I have a little bit of water. Let's play the music. Okay, and I'm just going to take 20 seconds to have a little bit of water. But in the meantime, enjoy these birds. Okay. Okay, so we're done with our ad break, so we're just going to put the birds away. So list indexing. List indexing allows us for the selection of specific items in the list by referring to them by the position. So fruits list position 0, fruits list position 1, fruits list position 2. The important thing that we need to understand is that when we're indexing, we start counting from 0. So this is something that you'll encounter all the time inside of computer programming, is that we start counting from 0 instead of 1. Joan in Shinobi says, the back of that bird's head looks like me when I wake up in the morning. Awesome, awesome. Sure loves of the birds with the bird emoji. Thank you, SysOS. Okay, so let's go back to our code, right? So we got fruits, apples, bananas, and oranges, and we only want to print out the first fruit. Actually, we can actually create a variable called first fruit, and it's going to be equal to fruit index 0. So remember, index 0 is this item right here, and if we print that out, so print out first fruit, we should get apples as the result. What it didn't like? Oh, fruits. Okay. Alright everybody, you have to spell everything correctly. So if it's fruits here, it needs to be fruits down here. Run it again, and we get apples. Okay. So if we wanted to, we could define second fruit equals fruits index 1, and then we could print that as well. So print second fruit, and it should be bananas. Okay, print it out, bananas. Do you also have weird feathers on your head? Well, I mean, sometimes feathers are kind of like modified hairs, right? So same thing. Anyways, let's go back. So to use list indexing, use the name of the list directly followed by a pair of square brackets with the index, rather the position of the desired item inside of the brackets. So fruits is the list. If we want just the first thing in fruits, we put it inside the square brackets and then reference it by the position. So 0 position, 1 position, 2 position. Modified scales. Oh, they're scales. Oh, you know what? Yeah, because birds were originally dinosaurs. Right. The first birds evolved from dinosaurs. Okay, so take a look at the Python code above. Inside the print function, the tree list's index 0 is referenced. Which list item will the print output? So let us know what you think is going to be output by print trees 0. Is it going to be pine, or elm, or cedar, or something else? Birds are dinosaurs. Birds are dinosaurs. Just like both birds and humans are still fish. I guess so. I guess mammals evolved from fish. It's kind of hard to imagine. Okay, root 0 says 0. 0? So you think 0 is going to output? I mean, we could do this. We could copy this code directly and put it inside of our code window here. So we're just going to delete everything, paste in this program, and then run it. And we see that the thing that's output is the word pine. So trees index 0 is pine. Okay? Let's go back. Here. Taxonomy is weird. You never leave your cleat. Cleat? I'm not too sure what cleat refers to here. Okay, so the output should be pine, since pine is the first item in the list. So remember everybody, we need to drill this into our heads, is that 0 refers to the first thing. Because we count from 0, 0, 0 position, 1 position, 2 position. 0, 1, 2. Okay? So the next thing we're going to be learning about list indexing is that we can use list indexing to change index items. So we can redefine the items in the list by referencing the positions. So we got trees, pine, elm, cedar. If we print trees 0, then we get the word pine. But if we reassign trees index 0 to oak, the next time we print, then it'll print out the word oak. So we basically take the index 0 item here, and then we change the contents from pine to oak. Chris says, I like this music. Awesome. Yeah. This is the Valhalla OST. Let me see if I can. If you want to search it up, this is what it's called. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this out. So we can change the assigned item inside of our code. Okay, so we'll just go here. So we'll print trees index 0, and then we will reassign. So trees 0 equals something else. So we'll make it trees 0, we'll make it, oh, I don't know, palm tree, although palms aren't technically trees. And then we'll print it out again. So print trees 0. So we get pine first, and then we get palm afterwards. Okay, so Sandovice says excellent game. Yeah, Valhalla was a pretty fun game. You get to talk to people, you get to mix drinks, lots of fun. And thank you very much for the subscription, United Arabs Gaming. Thank you. Banana trees are not trees either, nor is bamboo. I mean, it's tough when you talk about technicalities, because bananas are technically berries and all sorts of weird stuff like that. And coconuts are not nuts; they're fruits. Coconuts are fruits. Anyways, let's continue. Okay, so data types, classes, and objects. So every data type in Python, list, strings, integers, etc., they belong to a corresponding class, and each instance of a class is an object. So what we need to understand now is that you can do certain things with certain types of data, because the data types all correspond with the class. So list is a data type, it's also a class. String is a data type, it's also a class. Integers are a data type, they're also a class. It's nuts to say coconuts are not nuts. Peanuts are not nuts either. Oh, yeah. Let's not dive down the rabbit hole. But peanuts are technically legumes, which are the same as peas. Okay, so what we're going to be introducing here is we're going to be introducing class methods. So methods are class-specific functions. So there are list methods, there are string methods, there are integer methods, etc. Methods perform actions on the object. So when we talk about list methods, we are talking about functions or operations we can do with the specific object. In this case, it's a list object. Okay, we're going to be introducing a few of these methods. So methods are performed by indicating the name of the object, in this case it's the list, and then a dot, and then the name of the method, followed by a pair of parentheses, which contain any arguments required for that method. So what is it in this example? Rabbit holes are technical, also used by non-rabbits, that's true. I mean, people get stuck in rabbit holes all the time as well. Just talk to CTF players. Okay, so we've got our list, vegetables. Vegetables is a list with 3 vegetables, and then we want to add another vegetable, so we use the append method. So we do vegetables.append radishes, and then when we print out the vegetables list, it now includes the radishes as the last object. So the list method we will learn in this workshop is the append method. The append method will add an object or add an item to the end of the specified list. The music is a bit loud. Let me turn it down a bit. Okay, I can attest to that because I did last CTF. Yeah. Okay, so let's try this out ourselves. So if we go back to our code over here, we've got our trees, and we're going to add an extra tree. So we do trees.append. So remember, it's the name of the object and then dot, and then the name of the method. So trees.append, we're going to add an extra item to the list, and this one is going to be oak. Okay, so I guess we'll put on some print functions over here as well. So print trees before the change, and then we'll print trees after the change. And we're going to see one list without the oak, and we're going to see a second list with the oak. So this is before oak is added with the append method, and afterwards. Okay, what's the name of the music? It's really cool. Yeah, so this one was called Neo Avatar from the Valhalla soundtrack. What was the name of that? Yeah. Like this. So just search it up on YouTube. Okay, so let's pretend we've got a list of friends over here. Well, we don't need to pretend. So friends equals Alex and Barb, friends.append Carl, print friends. So the output is going to be Alex and Barb and Carl, because we use the append method to add an extra item to the list here. So, I mean, in Python, you're working with lists all the time, so it's important to be able to do these basic operations with them. Okay, the next thing we're going to be learning is how to delete items from the list. If we can add things to the list, we should be able to delete stuff from the list as well. Deleting items from lists can be done in a few ways, but if you know the list index of the item you want to delete, you can use the del keyword. So if we've got a list of friends over here, it's got 3 items, and we want to delete the first item, we do del friends element 0, and then when we print the friends, we see that the first element, Alex, has been deleted. So we just have Barb and Carl. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Sai Teha? Don't know if I pronounced that correctly, but thank you. Okay, Jang asks, how do you know which methods are there? So, I mean, this is probably something you can search up pretty easily. So Python list methods. There are methods for every different type of Python object. So list methods are different from string methods, are different from integer methods. So the official documentation is over here. This is the official Python website. So this tells you all. Well, these are all of the official methods that you can do for list objects. So there's a lot of them here, but we're only going to be dealing with 1 or 2 of them, the ones that we're going to be using. Okay, so we're talking about deleting items from lists. So if you want to delete, you can use the delete keyword. I think there's a method we can use as well. So let's go ahead and try this out. So we'll try deleting something. So we got our list, and we'll do del trees element. Let's get rid of the elm. So element 1 is the elm, and not the pine, because we count from 0. If we print out trees now, it's just going to be pine and cedar. Pine and cedar. Most have niche application anyway. I mean, we need yeah, even if most of the methods are not used very often, we still need to list them out along with all the other stuff. Thanto says there's so many methods and functions built into standard library that you rarely need external ones, except for stuff like requests and PyTest and so on. I mean, one of the really powerful things about Python is the ability to import different modules and libraries to use somebody else's code, but we'll talk about that in a later lesson. Okay, so back to here. So we use the del keyword to delete a list item. So to delete the item, use the del keyword, then the name of the list, a pair of square brackets, and then the index of the item to be deleted inside the brackets. So that fits this syntax over here. And there's the lists exercise. So we're going to skip the lists exercise from learnpython.org. It's not all that great. But let's take our quiz. So part 1, lists quiz. Which of the following statements about Python lists is true? So one of these is true. When printing a list, all items in the list must be printed. B, it's not possible to add items into a list after list creation. C, counting items in a list starts from 0, not 1. And D, items in the list cannot be changed after they've been added. So which one of these is true? A, B, C, or D? Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Juka8001. Thank you. The answer is... I guess we'll wait for a couple of seconds so that the YouTube delay doesn't hit too hard. 8-Bit Boy says C. Okay. Jen says C. The answer is C. Counting items in a list starts from 0, not 1. We're going to say this over and over again. We need to understand that counting, when we're talking about lists, starts with 0, not 1, because it can really screw people up. Okay, question 2. Which of the following code will add a string item, apple, to a list named fruits? So we want to add a string item, apple, to a list named fruits. Is it A, fruits plus item.add apple, B, fruits.append apple, C, fruits plus apple, or none of the above? There are good memes on this. Yeah, I bet there are. Okay, so what is going to add a string item, apple, to a list named fruits? Okay, so the answer in this case is B, fruits.append apple. So we were just talking about that. Append is the method that's going to add whatever is in the arguments over here to the list. So the fruits list, add apple. Okay, so I think we've got, that's the, we're going to move on to basic operators. So in programming terms, operators are used to perform an operation on a piece of data. So when we're talking about basic operators, we're talking about doing some math. So in this lesson, we'll be learning about basic arithmetic operators that are used for mathematical addition, subtraction, division, multiplication, and a couple others. What about sets? Well, I mean, we're just going to be talking about lists. We'll talk about... I don't know if we talk about sets. We talk about dictionaries later, but sets are like... Sets are not tuples. They're like a more complicated data type, aren't they? Okay, and let's see. So Python uses the following operators, that is symbols, for basic arithmetic. So we got addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and exponentiation. So it's so addition and subtraction are the same as in regular old math textbooks. Multiplication uses the star symbol, and division uses the slash symbol instead of the typical one you see for division, which is the line with the two dots on top and on the bottom. Not percentage. Oh no, percent. I mean, I think we'll talk about we talk about modulo a little bit later. But yeah, if you want to do the math inside of Python, it's pretty easy. So if we go up here and we do a equals 10 and b equals 5, and we wanted to add those together, we would print out a plus b. Actually, let's call this sum. Sum equals a plus b, and then print out the sum, and then we would get 15. Run that, we get them 15. Of course, when we're using math operators, we're usually assuming that we're dealing with integers or numbers of some sort. Although you can do these kind of operators on strings, you get some weird results. It is, yeah, so the modulo operation is a basic operator. We're just going to be talking about it a little bit later. Okay, and so we can do the same thing. We can do subtraction, we can do division. So if we do, I forget the specific terms, the math terms. So the sum is the result of addition. What is the result of subtraction called again? We can just call these all results. So we can do a minus b. So a minus b and then print the result. The sum is the product. Okay, so a minus b, a10 minus b, we should get the number 5. We get the number 5, okay. And then we could do a times b. So a times b is represented with the star. So 10 times 5 should be 50. We get 50, and then a divided by b. So a10 divided by 5 is 2. And run that, we get 2.0. So the interesting thing about Python in this case is that it, when you do division with Python, it converts the resulting data into a float, even if these were both integers to begin with. So I think that that changed in like Python version 3. It's not really relevant. Anyways, let's talk about something else. Oh, we can do floor. Yeah. We can also do the double slash for, what was it called? Integer multiplication. So this gives us just 2 without the 0.0. Okay, so back over here. So these are basic operators. So in arithmetic operations that occur in Python, it follows the PEMDAS order of operations. PEMDAS, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure they teach PEMDAS as like a different acronym in different education systems and in different languages. But in English, PEMDAS means parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction. So this is the order of operations when there are multiple operations involved in a mathematical equation. So in summary, all operations enclosed in parentheses are performed first, and then all exponent operations are resolved, followed by multiplication, division, addition, and then subtraction operations at the end. So given the following equation in Python syntax, we got 4 divided by 2 times 2 to the second power divided by 4 plus 2 minus 4. So if we were to try to understand what the order of operations are for this particular math equation, do any of you guys remember BODMAS from math class? I think BODMAS is like an alternative for PEMDAS, but it's kind of like the same thing, isn't it, 8-Bit Boy? Sir, can you also use VS Code? I don't use VS Code. I'm sorry about that, Terrence. Okay, so if we have an equation like this in Python, the first thing that's done is the division operation inside the parentheses is done, so 4 divided by 2, and then second, the exponent operation 2 to the second power, which is Python syntax for 2 to the second power, is resolved. Third, the multiplication 2 times 4 is resolved. So it takes the result of these two operations and then multiplies them. Fourth, the division, 8 divided by 4 is resolved. Fifth, the addition is resolved. And finally, the subtraction is resolved, which sets our final result to 0. So I mean, if we take this equation and we plug it into Python, so I'll just for fun, if you wanted to try this out yourself, we can just print out the result of this equation here, and it'll give us the numbers. It should give us the number 0. So if we run this, we get 0.0. Okay. So just understand that Python will do the math correctly, which is understanding exactly what the order of operations are is important for understanding. I think the multiplication and division are calculated first. Well, the parentheses and the exponentiation are done first. So all operations enclosed in parentheses are performed first. So there's this in parentheses first, and then it does the exponents next, and then it does multiplication, and then the other parts. I mean, if you do the multiplication and division first, if you do the multiplication and division first, I mean, it doesn't really affect the result for this particular equation. Okay, so the next thing we're going to be talking about is the modulo operator. So if you're a person who didn't do a lot of advanced mathematics, I don't want to misspeak here. If you only did basic mathematics up until high school, you might not be aware of this particular operation in mathematics. But this is called the modulo operator, and in Python it looks like this percentage sign. And what a modulo operation does is that returns the remainder after one number is divided by another. The resulting number after the modulo operation is performed is called the modulus. Yeah, if you've never heard about integer divisions, then modulo is new for you. Just returns the remainder. So, I mean, the modulo operator, we can also think of it like, let me not introduce. Okay, anyways, so it's the remainder. So 5 divided by 2, the result would be 2 remainder 1. 2 remainder 1 because 2 times 4. 5 divided by 2 is 4 remainder 1, which means when you do a modulo, it only returns the remainder, which is 1. 8 divided by 5 is 1, goes into 8. Sorry. 5 goes into 8 once, and then the remainder is 3. So the only thing that we're concerned with is the remainder that happens after the division. More ads. Okay, everybody, we're going to stop for a second because we got ads. We're just going to take a little water break. But in the meantime, you can enjoy this lovely robin. Where is it? Here? Okay. And we'll be back in about 50 seconds when the ad is over. Okay, so if anybody was wondering what kind of bird this is an American robin. So people who are in North America, or in Canada, or in Mexico, you've probably seen this bird all over the place. For our European and Asian friends, you might not have seen the American robin before, but they're a pretty common bird over here in Canada, where I live. Okay, Thanto says, I found 2 male and female purple sunbirds. Purple sunbirds. I've never... Oh, this guy is messing up the camera. Anyways. We'll put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, just like you've never seen a European robin. No, I've never seen a European robin in real life before. I think I've seen them in videos, but no. Oh, this one's a... Hold on. I gotta switch up the music. Okay. Because it started auto-playing stuff, and when stuff starts auto-playing on YouTube, I can get in trouble. Okay, 8-bit boy, is this captured in your backyard? Yeah, this is my backyard. I've got my bird feeder there. Very common here. European robins? I bet. I bet. Okay, so let's continue. So the resulting number after the modulo operation is called the modulus. So modulo operations are pretty common in programming. They're usually used to determine if a number is divisible by a certain number. So a typical use for modulo operations is to determine whether a number is even or odd by performing a modulo operation on it with the number 2. If the result is 1, then the number is odd, and if the result is 0, then the number is even. So we can probably like approximate this in our code over here. So let's see. So is even or odd, we'll call this, well, let's do a number, right? So number equals, let's do the number 5, right? Is even or odd, this is another variable. It's going to be number modulo 2. Is number modulo 2, the result should tell you if it is divisible by 2 evenly or not. If it is, then the result is 0, which means it's even. If the result is 1, that means it's an odd number. So print is even or odd. I mean, what we should be doing in this kind of program is we should be printing out if it's even or odd with an if statement or something. But that's kind of beyond what we're learning today. But you would probably do something like this. So if is even or odd is equal to 0, then print out this number is even, and then or else we would print out this number is odd. Okay, and then we would run the function. Actually, no, we wouldn't run the function, we would just run the program. So we would just run the program. Oh, else is supposed to be indented over here. Okay, never mind everybody. Okay, print it out again. The number is odd. So anyways, so we'll change the number so that it is even. So the number is even. This is just a little sneak peek of what we're going to be learning later on in the course. Indentation is wrong. Thank you for letting me know. Do you think learning low-level binary hacking is worth it, or will AI replace it? I mean, I think I wish to do a one-day backpack through Europe. I mean, one of these days I'll make my way over to Europe again. I did visit London once, a long time ago. But yeah, but it'd be nice to go back to Europe one of these days. This is music from VVV, right? VVV? This is FTL. So FTL game soundtrack. So if you look this up, you'll find this stuff. It's very good. I really like this this soundtrack. Okay, anyways, let's go back. If you have any questions about any of the stuff we're doing in today's lesson, let us know, because we're here to answer questions. We're here to get hands-on with our Python programming. So let's cover a few exercises. We don't need to do the exercises, but we'll do the quiz. So which of the following methods will allow us to print a string and an integer with the same print function? Huh, interesting. Which of the following methods will allow us to print a string and an integer with the same print function? A, no special method needs to be taken to mix a string and an integer with the same print function. B, an integer must be converted into a string to mix integers and strings in a print function. C, the string must be converted into an integer to mix integers and strings in a print function. Or D, you cannot print a string and an integer with print. You should move here, Shy. It's a bit more complicated than just, simply moving. But I appreciate the sentiment, SysOS Master. No worries. Okay, so which of the following methods will allow us to print a string and an integer with the same print function? So A, there's no special method. B, the integer must be converted. C, the string must be converted. Or D, you can't print strings and integers. Okay, the answer is, let me see. I actually haven't seen this this lesson in a while. The integer must be converted into a string to mix integers and strings in a print function. Okay, so, I mean, if we go over to our code here, and we got string equals hello, and we got integer number integer equals 12, and we print string and integer, then it'll give us an error, I think. No, How did it? Why did I think this was incorrect before? Let me. You know what? I might be. Where in usable code would one actually use a modulo? So Jonin Shinobi. Where would you use a modulo in? So if usually when you want to determine if a number is divisible, evenly divisible by a number, you would use a modulo operator. Same thing with them if you wanted to figure out if a number was even or odd, and that was important to your program flow, you would use a modulo operator. I mean, I don't really use them too much in. I'll use them every once in a while in my own programs, but I can't really think of an example right now. If anybody in the chat knows. What are some tips one can memorize for Python language, please? I mean, I would say that the way to memorize stuff in Python is just to keep on writing code over and over again. So writing the code and not reading the code is the way the way my brain memorizes stuff. Okay, what was the other question? So which of the following math equations will let us determine if a number is even or odd? So we should be able to remember, because we were just talking about this. So don't memorize the syntax, remember the concept. Okay, Maguro, Guimaro. I'm not too sure if that's how you pronounce that question. When you use RSA encryption, you use modulo. Okay, so which of the following math equations will let us determine if a number is even or odd? So is it n plus 2, n exponentiated by 2, n modulo 2, or n minus 2? So that's just going to be n modulo 2. Okay, so we're going to be... Actually, I think what we can do for the last few minutes of class is we can talk a little bit about running Python code on the terminal. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at some Python code in PicoCTF, because we love PicoCTF. We're going to do the Fix Me One challenge over on PicoCTF. So let me pull it up. So the nice thing about PicoCTF is that while we're using PicoCTF, we can use the web terminal. So we're going to practice, and then we're going to open up the web shell. So after you logged in, go over to the right hand side of the screen, click on web shell, and read some Python documents for eye-burning experience. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Jonin Shinobi. Thank you. Okay, PicoCTF, web shell. Beside the help button, there's this button that pops out the web shell terminal, and it's going to make the web shell terminal full screen. So this is what we want to do. And oh, we've got this directory here that we need to delete. Okay, so after that, we're going to be doing our Python challenge over here. Fixme1.py. Here's the link. Okay, and then we see the challenge here. So fixme1.py, the description says, fix the syntax error in this Python script to print the flag. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at some Python code. So we're going to hover over the link, right-click it, select copy link, then we're going to go back to the terminal. So in the terminal, the web shell seems to be a bit laggy today. So it might be a bit unresponsive because there's an event going on and there's a lot of people using the servers. Let's try reloading the page. Okay, let's exit out of the web shell. Okay, and then we'll full screen it. So sometimes the web shell is a bit unresponsive. You can try reloading the page. What we're going to do here is we're going to create a directory for this challenge. It's called fixme1. And then we're going to enter that directory. And then we're going to download the file. So wget space, paste in the file address, hit enter to download the file. And you should have the fixme.py file in here. So fixme.py is this is a Python script. So we can take a look at the instructions by using the cat command here. And we don't need to understand exactly what's going on inside of the Python script. What we do need to understand is that we need to fix the Python script for it to run for us. So remember that in the terminal, if you want to run a Python file, you just type in the word Python and then fixme1.py. Actually, sometimes typing in the word Python is enough, but sometimes you need to specify the version of Python. So it's either going to be Python 2 or Python, well, it's usually going to be Python 3. Okay, so let's see. Unexpected indent. So this, what we need to do is we need to identify the error in the script. And in this case, it says that on line 20 in the script, there's an indent. So we need to unindent this code in order to get our flag. So we're going to use nano to edit this, to edit the file. So nano fixme1.py, okay, to get into the text editor. And then we need to go down to line number 20. So we can just count this out ourselves. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. Okay, and we see that there's an indent in the code where we don't want an indent in the code. So all we need to do to correct this is to make sure that the print statement, the print function, is not indented. So just bring it in line with everything else and then save the code. So to save the code, we just need to hit Control X. It'll ask us if we want to save the modified buffer, press Y for yes, and then hit Enter to confirm the file name. Okay? So after that, we can run the Python code again. We need to fix Python so it does not care about indents anymore. That's how to fix this error. Well, I mean, I'm not qualified to do that. So we run Python 3 again. Actually, I wonder if Python works. So Python space fixme1.py to run the script. Okay? Okay, Python works. We don't need to Python 3. So here's your flag. So the flag is PicoCTF identity crisis something something. Okay? So we can copy this. then go back to the challenge. And in the challenge, we just need to paste in our flag, click on submit flag, and we're finished. I think we've got one more challenge we can do to round out the lesson. So let me grab our links. So we got glitchcat. So fix me one and glitchcat. So we'll do this last challenge before we wrap up today's lesson. Okay, so we'll go back to our web shell, and before we do the challenge, let's delete the directory we created. So fix me one, we're finished with this. So rm-r fix me one to delete the directory, and we'll make a new directory for this one. So this challenge is called glitchcat. Make directory glitchcat. Okay, and now we can start the challenge. Okay, glitchcat. So we'll click on this. So it says our flag printing service has started glitching. Additional details will be available after launching a challenge instance. Okay, so we need to launch the instance to start the challenge. Okay, and it says netcat saturn.picoctf.net 56. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to use this netcat command in order to access the challenge. So we will grab the netcat command, then go back to the web shell. I'm going to paste in the netcat command here. Helios says, am I right here? Yeah, you're right here. Helios, nice to see you. So when we see, when we run this command, it gives us this. So it gives us a flag. So PicoCTF, glitch me not, and then some code. So this is what these are Python functions. So the CHR function in Python is going to print out a character. So let's talk a little bit about what this function does before we finish the challenge. So you're cracking the code? Kind of. Okay, so we're talking about the CHR function in this case. In Python, the CHR function is used to convert numbers to their Unicode equivalents. So Unicode encoding is what lets computers turn bytes into letters and numbers for the monitors and other screens. For example, if we run CHR65, then the result will be the uppercase letter A. It's basically taking these... are these hexadecimal numbers? Hold on. These are hexadecimal numbers. So we're taking these hexadecimal numbers and we're turning them into their ASCII equivalents. So we're basically decoding these characters from hexadecimal into ASCII characters, so printable characters. We can do this pretty directly inside of Python. What we need to do is we just need to grab the entire code over here, and then we can go over to our coding window, and we can just put this in directly. Actually, yeah, just like this. So just make sure that you've got all the single quotes in the right place. So we can try printing out this whole thing, and it'll actually print out the flag for us. It'll turn each one of these numbers, these hexadecimal numbers, into a character. So if we run this, unterminated string literal detected on line 1. Oh, we need to put okay. We need to put a another single quote over here as well. Okay, run this, and then we get you get the flag. So when you're doing programming stuff, you need to be really careful about making sure that your quotes are paired up, because if they're not, then you're going to have a very hard time. Okay, so we can just grab the flag here and supply this as the answer to finish the challenge. So glitchcat, paste in the flag, submit the flag, and you're done. Okay, SysOS says it does magic by looking up numbers and glyphs. Kinda, yeah. I mean, the whole thing about computer programming is that it looks like magic spells, and it looks like the computer is doing stuff by magic if you don't understand how the technology works. So one of the things that is really interesting about learning about computers and about programming languages is that you can learn to become the wizard. If you become the wizard, then you understand how the magic spells work, right? Most computers do what most computers do is magic. Yes, of course. Lucas Gassner, thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Okay, let's move on into... Well, let's do our conclusion, and then we'll finish up. Okay, let's review the programming concepts we learned in this workshop. Lists. So we learned about lists, which are variables with one or more items associated with them. Items in the list can be referenced by a process called list indexing. So you work you work with lists a lot in Python. In other programming languages, they're usually referred to as arrays. And we also learned about basic operators. Thank you very much to Jason Lin for subscribing on YouTube. The other thing we learned in this workshop is Python basic operators, which are used to perform arithmetic operations. So in the next workshop, we're going to be learning more Python, and we're going to be learning about C-style string formatting. We're going to be talking about string formatting in general, and we're going to be talking about string methods and string splicing. So we work a lot with strings in our programming, in our programs, and we need to learn how to manipulate these strings to get the results we want. So remember that strings are bits of text that are not exclusively numbers and not exclusively symbols. Okay, so it's did you ever make a home lab? I used to do quite a bit of home labbing like early on when I was learning cybersecurity, but these days I use other people's infrastructure. So if you use like TryHackMe, stuff like TryHackMe, they supply you with their own infrastructure, so you can access the virtual machines on their networks. Same thing with Hack the Box. So I don't really do so much home labbing stuff anymore. Not that there's nothing to be gained from creating your own home lab. It's just that they make it a lot easier on these other education platforms. Is there a schedule for these tutorials at all? I'd like to follow along. Yeah, I mean, you can find our schedule for HackerFrogs over the Reddit. We also have a Discord. Okay, but yeah, let's move on to the next topic. This is going to be basically me figuring out how to do cloud hacking stuff. So let's see, topic 4 is here, and topic 5 is on deck. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce to you another free service. Well, the stuff we're using is free. It's not a free service. It's this is called PwnedLabs. So the stuff we're doing now is not beginner friendly, but it is a new concept that I wanted to learn, and I figured it might be fun for everybody else to watch me learn it at the same time. Cybercoster says, I'm using it to learn networking and get the networking fundamentals. As an IT admin, since everyone tells me to focus on those. Cybercoster, you work as an IT admin? That's awesome. Okay, Cybercoster says, what cool stuff have you done with it? Are you talking about home labs? Or are you talking about something else? Okay, so what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be following a guided example over here. And we're going to be talking about Windows Azure security testing. So Azure is Windows' version of cloud hosting. So the equivalent that you would find on another platform would be something like Amazon Web Services, AWS. Should I get the premium? Premium like TryHackMe or premium Hack the Box? I mean, I would check out all the stuff that you can get for free on those platforms, but if there's something super special you're interested in getting, Try Hack Me is usually worth the price. Hack the Box is definitely more worth the price if you are really interested in Windows hacking, because they've got a lot of Windows challenges that you can learn from over there. But Cybercaster says yes, home lab. I mean, I guess the most common home lab that I use is my Kali Linux machine. So I've got my Kali Linux machine here. It's a virtual machine, and I usually deploy other virtual machines to hack against from platforms like Hack My VM. So you can download machines to put on the same network as your attacker VM and then hack that way. Or platforms like volnix.com. You can also download virtual machines and deploy them to your VM network to do hacking against them. And I guess that's kind of like home labbing as well. But anyways, let me put 60 minutes on the clock, and let's begin with this Azure exercise. So what we're doing here is we're doing Azure blob container to initial access. And if you have got an account over at PwnedLabs, you can... Should I get the premium on Try Hack Me? Try Hack Me? Yeah. I mean, if you're... Before you start spending money over at Try Hack Me, you need to make sure that the stuff you're looking for is definitely part of the paid subscription. Because if you pay for the subscription and it turns out that everything you wanted to get access to was actually free, then you're a very sad person. You will be a very sad person. But anyways, okay, so Azure blob container to initial access. Let's figure it out. We'll turn on the lab. And then after we turn on the lab, we can download a VPN key. Okay, Kendall Williams asks, do Hack the Box instead of Try Hack Me? It depends on what your goal is. I would say that if you're a beginner to cybersecurity and tech, Try Hack Me is probably you're gonna get a lot more out of Try Hack Me rather than Hack the Box. But if you've already been doing like network security or network service hacking for a while, then Hack the Box will be more worth your money. Just keep in mind that both of these services have a lot of free stuff as well. You don't necessarily have to pay for the subscription to get benefit out of the platforms. Okay, there's you know what? There's ads running on Twitch right now, and I need to use the washroom. So I'm just going to take a little bit of a break. We'll take maybe 3 minutes, and I need to go and use the washroom. I'll be back afterwards, and then we'll start into this lab. But in the meantime, let me put on the most entertaining bird video. It is... No, not this one. This one. These are the happy stellar jaybirds. Okay, we'll be back in about 3 minutes. I just need to go and use the washroom. But enjoy the birds and enjoy the music. Okay, that was a bit unusual. We actually got to see the the video loop. Anyways, let's get back to the hacking stuff. All right, thank you very much for watching the birds for me. Okay, so what do we need to do here? So we need to download a VPN file to access the lab. So we turned on the lab, we need to access the platform. So we'll click on download VPN file, and then we will copy this over to our keys directory. So let's see, we got our platform access. So we downloaded this VPN key. We need to use this to access the lab. I'll just move it into the VPN keys directory. So I keep all of my VPN keys in this directory here, so that I can look for them all in the same place. So what is this one called? Azure something something? Here it is. So I'm just going to grab the file here, and I'm going to use OpenVPN. So we need to make sure we're connected to the environment before we can start doing the lab. So normally what you want to do is you want to make sure you're connected. Usually when you've created this TON interface, so TON 0 in this case, you got an internet address, sorry, an IP address, and yeah, so we're probably connected now. So I just made an account on PwnedLabs. So I mean, PwnedLabs is really good if you want to learn about cloud hacking stuff. So learning about AWS hacking or learning about Azure hacking. There's a lot more there for AWS than for Azure, but there's a lot more stuff there if you pay for access. So you get a lot more exercises if you pay. But anyways, what we're going to be doing today is, because I don't have very much experience hacking against the Azure platform, we're going to be following the walkthrough today. Okay, so the entry point here says that is this URL. Okay, so we just copy this, and then we go over to our web browser. We can just plug this in. Okay, so we've got access to this. So we only have access to this website because we're connected via the VPN. If we were not connected, we would not be able to look at this website. So what is this? So I'm guessing that this is a website that's hosted on the Azure infrastructure. Mega Big Tech. So we got, we don't have any links. This looks like some sort of commerce platform. We can create an account. We can log in. Actually, the sign-in page doesn't work, and the create free account page doesn't work either. So I guess we're not supposed to test this out because it's not really a functional website. Okay. So Kendall Williams says, do I need to pick blue or red team? I mean, picking blue or red team on PwnedLabs, it's just going to show you different. It's going to show you different modules. So if you want to do more offensive security, you pick red, and it'll show you offensive security modules. And if you pick blue, it'll show you defensive-oriented modules. Okay, so what's going on in this scenario? So Mega Big Tech has adopted a hybrid cloud architecture and continues to use a local on-premise Active Directory domain, as well as Azure Cloud. They are wary of being targeted due to their importance in the tech world, and have asked your team to assess the security of their infrastructure, including cloud services. An interesting URL has been found in some public documentation, and you're tasked with assessing it, okay? Mega Big Tech will begin rolling out their external authentication provider to reduce yearly operating costs. However, threat actors have already compromised the custom provider and altered its configuration. As a result, any multi-factor authentication (MFA) challenge will now automatically return as successful. Thank you very much. Is that Thai? I can't tell what language that is. Could you tell me, is that Thai or Hebrew or something else? Or I can't identify it. Please let me know. What about purple team? Purple team is a combination of red and blue team. Okay, so let's see. Ultimately satisfying any conditional access policy that requires a standalone MFA grant control, as opposed to authentication strength MFA grant control. So library prerequisites are basic Windows command line knowledge. Learning outcomes are familiarity with Azure CLI. So CLI is command line interface. Identification and enumeration of Azure blob containers. Leveraging blob previous version functionality to reveal secrets. Understanding how this attack chain could have been prevented. Difficulty beginner, focus red, real world context. So there have been numerous examples of over the years of data breaches resulting from misconfigured public Azure blob storage. So when we say Azure blob, that is the same as, well, it's kind of the same concept as an S3 bucket in Amazon Web Services. While Azure offers robust security features, the responsibility to secure data in the cloud rests with the account holder. So a lot of the times when people deploy their cloud infrastructure, they'll start messing around with the settings on their containers, or sorry, in their S3 buckets or in their blob storage, I guess in this case, and they'll start making the they'll make their infrastructure insecure through misconfiguration. Oracle Writer says, will you ever do a QA stream where we can ask questions that can lead to topics? Yeah, I need to put that on I had to put that in the schedule sometime. So just like a Q&A for maybe the last part of the stream. But thank you very much for letting me know about that, Oracle Writer. I need to put that on the schedule. Okay, walkthrough. So let's get started. So navigate to the website. What seems to be a development version of their main website. There doesn't seem to be any functionality available that would be interesting from a security perspective. Let's check the website's source code. Okay, so this reveals static website files, and probably the website itself is hosted on the Azure Blob Storage Service. So this is something you can do for any website. So if you suspect that a website might be hosted on a cloud service, such as AWS or Azure Cloud, you can go into the source code. Oh, this is really laggy. Okay, so we see a reference to blob.core.windows.net, and I guess this is standard for cloud resources. Okay, so if we were to copy this and then put this in its own browser tab, and it says blob not found. The specified blob does not exist. I wonder what's up with that. So that's Azure Bucket CDN, yes. Okay, so it says we maybe need a way to apply queues ahead of time. Now, I mean, I'm sure it should be okay to do it like live, but yeah, I guess we might put in questions that people want to ask, like in the Reddit or in the Discord. Okay, let's go back to the walkthrough. Okay, blob.core.windows.net. Let me see if I can make the text a little bit bigger, because I want people to be able to read along with me. So Azure Blob Storage is a scalable and secure object storage service provided by Microsoft Azure. It allows organizations to store and manage data such as documents, images, videos, and backups. The Blob Storage service is highly available and can be a cost-effective option. I wonder if Azure services are cheaper to use than AWS services, or vice versa. Because I mean, most of the time when app developers are looking for like a cloud solution, they're looking for the cheapest option. So as this is hosted on Azure, we should install PowerShell and the Azure CLI. Follow the installation procedures for your operating system if needed. So, I mean, we've already done this. I've I've installed PowerShell on my Kali Linux machine, which seems a bit weird. Okay, Kendall Williams, will this be saved? Yeah, this is saved on YouTube. You can come back to the VOD later if you want to watch. Joan Shinobi says, the request ID is going somewhere. If the blob doesn't exist, what is it related to? Doesn't make sense. I mean, I might have copied the blob incorrectly. Or I might be accessing it from a... Well, what happens if we just... I mean, I pasted this thing. Oh, it's a different thing. Okay. It's a different thing. I didn't copy the whole... I copied 2 things at once. So if we just middle click this, then we do see the stuff. So the problem was that I also copied in like this stuff here, so it's going to error out. Okay. Swir Alligator, hello. I'm new here. Is he trying to own this machine, or is this a lab trying to create a server? So, I mean, we're trying to understand how to do security testing against Azure. I've never done this before, so I'm following a walkthrough. So if you want to take a look at the same exercise, this is it over here. And this stuff is available for free. So it says, depending on the type of partner, amount, and the region factors, generally Azure and AWS are the more expensive options. I wonder what the budget option would be for deploying cloud services to host your app. Okay, replacing the CSS file above with the index.html in the provided URL, we see that this loads the website and confirms our assumptions that this is hosted on the Azure Blob Storage Service. Okay, so I mean, if we grab this and then paste it in. Okay, so if we access this from mbtwebsite.blob.core.windows.net, that means that this is hosted on Azure. Okay, so go back. So we can also verify this by examining the web server response headers. So we're doing some PowerShell, invoke web request, URI, method head. So this is some PowerShell stuff. So I think let's go ahead and make a CLI tab. We'll call this PowerShell, and we'll run our PowerShell from here. So let's see. Yeah, so PowerShell is this command, and now we're in a PowerShell in our Linux environment. So CLS, yeah, CLS is going to clear the screen, and we can run this command over here to query the website. So invoke web request is basically PowerShell's version of curl, if I am not mistaken. Paste this in. Okay, we get status code 200 OK. Raw content over here, so we got our headers. So it's kind of like the PowerShell version of curl. All right. So we got this stuff. We see that the XMS blob type block blob header in the response. Let's expand the headers by using the select object. So I mean, we could probably get the same stuff as this by using curl. I wonder why we're using PowerShell. Well, okay, let's try this with curl as well. So I think we can... Yeah. So this is our curl request. And so we got our host. So server is blob service version 1.0 Microsoft. XM request ID is this. I mean, is this the ID number of the server or something else? I guess it'll tell us in a bit. So we see the XMS blob type blob header. Let's expand the headers using select object, as they were truncated in the object. Okay, so the same thing, only we need to select object, expand property headers. Okay, and then go back to PowerShell. So let's see, MS request ID, XMS version. Do we get all this information from curl? Let's do a side-by-side comparison. So we only get, it looks like we get much, like a lot fewer headers when we use curl. I wonder if that has to do with verbosity or something else. Because okay, so it looks like if we use PowerShell, we get extra output. And you're missing a response. So I mean, if we just get the thing regularly, actually, let's do. One of the request inputs is out of range. Yeah, for some reason it feels like you get less stuff if you use curl instead of using PowerShell. Because I didn't see this header at all. Thank you very much, Bebus Rai, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. And Mitan Shu, hello, nice to see you. Is this the same request ID that we saw earlier? So this one here, and so what's the value here? So 49AA. MS request ID is... This is a different request ID. So is the request ID like different each time we make a request? So if we do the same thing, do we get a different one? So this one's CF, and this one is, yeah, so this changes every time we make a request. Well, I mean, in PowerShell, we would, if this is the same every time you make the same request, we should see like the same one. But so this one starts with DF, and the previous one started with 49. So this is going to be different each time we make a request. Okay. So this server is Windows Azure Blob. On the Linux command, the command is simply curl I website. Curl I. I is header, right. Curl I website. So let's examine the components parts of the URL. Also, curl is showing an error, and PowerShell was showing a successful request. So I wonder what was up with that. Okay, HTTPS is the protocol used. Azure Blob Service supports both HTTP and HTTPS. MBT website is the name of the Azure storage account associated with the website. So MBT website is going to be, well, the subdomain is going to be different each time, I guess. So Blob Core Windows is going to be the consistent part of the URL. So the Azure blob storage service is blob.core.windows.net. So the full address is going to be subdomain, like variable subdomain, .blob.core.windows.net. Web is the name of the container hosting the website and is situated within the storage account. So I guess this is the $ in front makes me think this is some sort of variable name. MBT website is the bucket or machine name. Defus, hello, nice to see you here, Defus. Let's see. $ references variables in bash if you don't escape it. I mean, $, well, I think we're dealing more with like PowerShell because this is Windows stuff. Streamlit, let's see. Harish Kumar, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, thank you. I'm the Real Guy says, I'm reading the 48 Laws of Power. I've never heard of that book. What is it about? I'm the Real Guy for real? Or France? Is it France or for real? So it says, $web messes up things on the terminal. Oh, true. Yeah, so if we go back to what we were doing with curl, we want to put this between some quotes, right? Or single quotes? Okay. Now we get the correct response. We just needed to do... It was the $ messing things up. Now we get everything. We get all of the same headers that we got from PowerShell. Okay, awesome. Good thing that we are able to resolve that. Okay. Anyways, let's continue. So let's see. Index.html is the website, the web page. Sure, it's worth exploring the web container to see if we can find anything else here. We can do this using a browser. So it's rs res type equals container and comp list. So I mean this resolves to an XML file. Okay, let's try taking a look. So this is an XML file. Gives us a container name and a bunch of other metadata. And then the contents. Okay, we see the contents of the blob storage as well. So there's some CSS files. There is the download file. More download files. More CSS files. iframe API. Some JS files. So there's a bunch of files inside of this blob, is what we're trying to understand, I guess. Okay, I'm the Real Guy says the 48 Laws of Power by Robert Greene is a controversial self-help book. What kind of people are big proponents of this 48 Laws of Power? Okay, so this is basically the contents of the blob storage. In AWS, this would be the bucket. Okay, this returns all the blobs in an XML document. We could also return just the directories in the container by specifying the slash delimiter. Okay, so I guess what we need to do here is we just need to provide the proper arguments. Sorry, URL parameters for the request. So res type equals container and comp equals list and delimiter equals slash. So we'll put this over here. So this is supposed to give us just the directories. So we got static and index.html. Machiavellians. I mean, I don't know very much about Machiavellians. Okay, and let's just close a couple of these tabs. We're not using online Python anymore. This makes me feel a little bit better closing off these tabs. Okay, so we see only the static directory. that we saw in the website source code. Let's instead check if versioning has been enabled for the container and if we see any previous versions of files. There's... They keep multiple versions of the same file inside the blob. Is this something they do regularly? And the realize says, Law 1, never outshine the master. Always make those above you feel comfortably superior. Machiavellians is who is interested in the 48 laws of power, I mean. It sounds like you're familiar with it, Jen Shinobi. Not that I'm saying that you're a Machiavellian or anything. Okay. So when blob storage versioning is enabled, it automatically maintains previous versions of an object and identifies them with timestamps. It is also worth checking for previous blob versions. Blob versioning is a useful feature as it allows point-in-time recovery of individual blobs. A file may no longer exist, but a version of the file will still be stored. Sometimes files are temporarily uploaded for transfer or maybe deleted after they are found to contain sensitive data. I mean, this is kind of like looking in like Git history or Git logs to find sensitive information, right? It is banned in prisons. Oh, that, I wonder why that is. Okay, trying to list previous versions using a browser isn't successful. So let's see. So res type, okay, so res type means resource type. So resource type equals container, and composition equals list, and include equals versions. So versions don't come out if you use the web browser version.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Thank you very much, Divas, for redeeming the war games. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Prasanth. Ready? Thank you. We've got a little ad running on Twitch right now, so we're just going to take a little water break. But while the water break runs, we can put on the birds. How about these birds? These are woodpeckers. We'll be back in about 45 seconds. Just need to have a little bit of water. Okay, put the birds away, get back to the hacking. So from checking out the Microsoft documentation, we see that the versions parameter is only supported by version 2019 December and later. We can specify the version of the operation by setting the XMS version header with curl. Oh, interesting. So by default, it doesn't let us look at the versions, but we need to set up a specific URL. A specific HTTP header in order to access this. And I guess you can't give this particular header with the web. You should be able to. We should be able to set this header inside of the web browser, shouldn't we? Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Roffler, thank you. So if we go back to here, we'll put this in a new tab. It says value for one of the query parameters is invalid, but we can go back into here. So we can go into our web developer tools and go to like network, right? Network, reload. And we can just go in here and we can edit this. So edit and resend, and include our... Can we put in a custom header? So get request. Can we add one? I don't see the option to add a header though. Am I missing it? Thank you very much for subscribing to Legit, thank you. Sorry I wasn't behind the keyboard. Yes, you can send request headers in the browser, just not with the normal request. You can do the fetch request with JavaScript. I mean, you can't do it from the normal tools, huh? I mean, that's fine. We've got curl as well, so we can just grab this thing and then use curl. So curl make sure to wrap this all in some of these and provide the header. So the custom header is this one right here, right? XMS version, this thing. Okay, and wow, this is not very fun to look at. I mean, we got a lot more stuff here, yeah? Okay, we'll go back. So however, this returns a lot of data. We can format this XML data using XML lint. XML lint. I've never used this before. Sure, let's install new programs on our machine, of course. It's XML. Is there like a more convenient way to look at XML files? It's like JQ but older. Okay, so we'll install this thing. And then we can give this a try. Okay, and they want us to run, we need to run the thing and then pipe it into XML lint, -- format, and then into less. Okay, I mean, anytime you run commands from your terminal, you need to be careful to make sure that it's not running anything bad, but you know, PwnedLabs probably wouldn't include malicious commands in the middle of one of their walkthroughs. It doesn't make much sense. Okay, so we'll run the command, and we can now look through this in a much friendlier format. So scripts transfer.zip, that seems like it could be like a target for attack. Index.html, we've got scripts transfer.zip, we've got what is the name of this file? XML startlet gives you a CLI for querying and editing, etc. I mean, we could use a few different text editors to look at this as well. So common.js download, I mean, there's just a bunch of files in here. So I'm sure we'll be told what the relevant file is. I mean, my guess is that the script editor zip file is the thing that we're supposed to be looking at. Scripts transfers.zip, yeah, okay. So we see the blob scripts transfer.zip and the version ID that will allow us to download it. So let's see. So it's the same command. We reference the web blob. Scripts transfer.zip is the name of the file we want to download, and we have to reference the version ID over here, and then output to scripts transfer.zip. Okay. So where is the version ID number in the previous version ID? So we just need to reference the name of the file and the version ID number here. Okay, that makes sense. copy this, and then run the command from our terminal. Now we've got our scripts transfer.zip in here. I guess we can unzip it. We should probably put this in a separate directory first, just in case there's a lot of files in there. We'll call this directory Azure testing, and then move it in there. Okay, and then from here we can unzip it. Ooh, entrausers.ps1 and stale computer accounts.ps1, so these are both PowerShell scripts. Okay, I mean, let's take a quick look at the PowerShell scripts first. So there's probably going to be credentials in here. What do we got here? Okay, so username and password. So Marcus at MegaBigTech, the Eagles 12345, great. So we probably use these credentials to get elevated access, right? So after unzipping the archives, we see two scripts, the contents of stale computers accounts.ps1. It identifies, disables, and moves stale computer accounts to the review organizational unit. We see that it contains credentials for, both of these files have credentials. Okay. So we see here hard-coded credentials, MegaBigTech123, exclamation point. Where's the username? Okay, we also see the entrausers.ps1 script below that does an audit of all Entra AD users, and it has credentials included in the comments. This thing right here, okay? So let's run the script. First, open a PowerShell terminal and install the msal.ps PowerShell module if needed. So I'm not too sure what this thing is, but sure, let's run the script. Let's install the module. Okay. So PowerShell. So install module name msal.ps. You know, before we run this, hold on, just for fun, to make sure that it's not anything malicious, let's do a little search. This is a module for PowerShell. I just want to know what this says. Okay, so it's an unofficial community-developed PowerShell module that wraps the functionality of Microsoft Authentication Library for .NET. It is not supported by Microsoft and it's been retired by its original author, though it remains available for community use. Okay, well... yeah, thanks guys, 8BitBoy and SysOS Master. Just got to be a little bit security conscious, since this is a security channel and everything. Untrusted repository, sure, why not? Okay, so after that's done, then... So when that's done, let's see if the credentials for Marcus at megabigtech.com are valid. So entrausers1.ps1. So we'll just run the script, sure. Okay, so it says to sign in, use a web browser to open the page and enter the code EVBFM to something to authenticate. Okay, so I guess we grab this and then put this in the browser. Okay, so enter code to allow access. Good old Microsoft. Great. What do they want us to put in? This code. Copy. 8-Bit Boy says, I want to first learn AWS and then maybe Azure in terms of CloudSec. I would say that AWS is probably more popular as far as... I'm pretty sure that there's a lot more people using AWS over Azure. Okay, SysOS says it's not safe, technically. Well, I mean... The good thing about using a virtual machine is that if something really bad happens to the virtual machine, it's not my bare metal computer. But not that I'm saying that it's a good thing to have people mess with your virtual machines, because there's information on the virtual machines as well. Okay, so pick an account. So you're signing into Microsoft Azure cross-platform command line interface on another device located in Canada. Well, I mean... Yeah, so I mean, we're in Canada. If it's not you, close this page. It's people from Canada trying to break in. Okay, now they're looking for a password. Can you suggest a best course for ethical hacking? I mean, what is your goal? This is Eric's. Let us know. So this is device flow from OIDC, not Microsoft specific. Okay. And real horror hello, or meow, hello to you. It's not the correct account. Was it not the correct account? Oh, this is try hack me. Never mind. Yeah. This was from a different module. Okay, so let's go back. So we put in this code. So this is login Microsoft device, sure. For cybersecurity. Here, take a look at this page. This is Eric's. Get into cyber. Okay, click on the link. It's got a little guide for people looking into getting into cybersecurity. Okay, so put in the code. Click next. Pick an account. So I guess... Thank you very much. I'm the real guy FR for redeeming the Northern Flicker command. Thank you. That is our favorite woodpecker. Thank you. Okay, so we need to use another account because we're not using the TryHackMe account. So use another account. And let's... I think we might need to like clear out our cookies if this keeps happening. Okay. But I think let's take a look at the walkthrough. So the script uses device code authentication flow. So first copy the URL and then navigate to a browser, then copy the code. Okay, so device login and then use the code. Paste it in, click next. Enter the username and password. Okay, so we need to do this. And then Northern Flickers jump scared me. Yeah. Not much. We'll give it basic advice. Yeah. I mean, there's a few different places you can go to look at a cybersecurity roadmap. So we enter the username and password. I'm guessing we're looking for the one we found in the file here. It's like enter users. So we use these credentials here. Copy this. Paste it in. Okay. Click next. Okay, and then we enter the password. So we're just gonna copy the password. Paste it in, sign in. Are you trying to sign into Microsoft Azure CLI? Only continue if you downloaded the app from a store or website that you can trust. Continue. And the real guy says, my name is Elijah, to let you know. Hello, Elijah. Nice to see you. I mean, if you want to share your own information, I mean, I guess that's okay. But yeah, maybe not overshare information about yourself on the live stream. Microsoft Azure cross-platform command line interface. You have signed into this. You may now close the window. Okay, so we're signed in. It's a long time. What are we talking about? I mean, definitely don't put your social security number on the live stream. That would be a bad idea. Okay, back to the walkthrough. Okay, so it's unknowingly rolled out a compromised external authentication provider. As such, if the Microsoft app or MFA challenge appears, simply click I can't use this right now and select the MBT EAM provider instead. Okay, wait, what happened? So we did this, we entered the username and password, but we didn't get the MFA request. So it says we're logged in. Click continue to complete the login. So we did that, success. Heading back to the terminal, we can see that it successfully retrieved a list of users. Oh, okay. So we were actually in the middle of running this command. So after we authenticated, it completed, the script completed, and we got the list of users. Probably even your nickname appearing can identify you. I mean, you can get a lot of information from just a person's like screen name from like Twitch or YouTube, especially if the person is using the same screen name or the same username like over and over again on a bunch of different services. Not that I'm trying to, you know, make anybody paranoid or anything. It's just that you got to be careful sometimes. Partial names even. It really depends on how unique your username is. So if you use a username that nobody else uses, then it's more likely to be able to point back to you in the end. Okay, so we got our list of users, sure. If people keep sharing critical details in Twitch for no reason, can I report Lich? Can I report Twitch for excessive exposure of users' own PII during the live stream? I don't know if I want to think too much about that. Okay, so heading back to the terminal, we see that it successfully retrieved a list of users from the MegaTech Entra tenant. Okay, so we got our usernames. We have achieved our assessment objectives, compromised an Entra AD user to get a foothold in the MegaBigTech Azure account, and can enumerate all users, pwned. To get the flag and complete the lab, we can run the command below, which is like who am I command for Azure. So let's say install module as, import module, install module, import module, and then connect AZ account, and then get AZ AD user, signed in FL. So signed in FL, I mean FL is the flag or something else. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Anaruda, thank you. Okay, so first command, copy. So we're doing more PowerShell stuff. Okay, so this is another untrusted repository. Okay, so let's make sure that this is legitimate before we install and run this thing. Not that I'm, you know, super paranoid, it's just that, you know, we should be doing our due diligence. Okay, so back here. So this is the AZ PowerShell module. So the AZ PowerShell module is a collection of commandlets for managing Azure resources directly from PowerShell. So this should be safe. So it's okay to install this. Security experts are super paranoid for good reason. I mean, the reason why people who do security should be paranoid on live stream is that if they get compromised on live stream, then they suffer a serious hit to their reputation. Not that I have a super good reputation in the first place, but you know. Okay, installing package. And I guess I'll prep the second command. So the second command is to actually import it over here. This music's so good. Unless the APT wrote a good thing for the AI to summarize. I mean that's the thing. Sometimes people have been thinking about how to get the AI to report misinformation when specific searches come up. So it's going to be something that we need to pay attention to going forward. Okay, so is this done? Yeah, it's done now. Okay, so import the module now. And the next command after this is to connect AZ account. So I guess this is one of the commandlets from the module that we need to use. This is still not done. You did just read the AI summary. True. But AZ PowerShell module, we could go down here. Introducing the AZ PowerShell module. I mean, this is on the Microsoft.com website, so I mean, the likelihood of this being malicious is kind of low. But it says that it's been deprecated. So it's been deprecated for a couple of years. Users are advised to migrate from Azure RM to the AZ PowerShell module. Were we... Wait, we weren't using Azure RM, were we? I think there are more tabs, so close the other tabs. Okay, so... let me get rid of some of these other tabs, because there's way too many of these tabs. Okay, so this didn't come back to us. So importing the module, we installed the module, but importing the module, I guess the module is really big, so it's taking a while to import. It's a better source if it's the actual Microsoft website. So we're using the AZ module, not the AZRM module. He needs to pay the Chrome memory monster. I mean, this isn't Chrome, it's Firefox, but same kind of deal, yeah. So this didn't complete. I guess we'll oh, one of the cores is like maxed out over here. Not that he can see it, but oh, it just finished. Okay, so we can do the connect AZ account commandlet, and this asks us to connect an account. I guess this one. Authentication complete. It's interesting how the authentication flow goes from terminal programs to website-based authentication. Okay, so let's see. So we should be connected to the Azure account, and then we're supposed to take a look at the flag with the last command. So the flag is get AZ80 user signed in FL. So this is, what does the FL mean in this command though? It's like magic, but then it's like magic, but then real. Okay, so we run the command get AZ80 user signed in. Signed in, I guess this is our user. So our user is Marcus Hutch. And yeah, I'm kind of curious what the FL part of this command does, because we pipe into it. Format list. Okay. So I guess if we don't run it with FL, then it just gives us a big blob. It looks like the same thing though. What's the difference? I guess in this case, there's not much of a difference. Anyways, we've got the flag, we can submit it, and then we can finish the exercise. Sam Wise, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so let's try submitting the flag. Oh, okay, before we submit the flag, let's finish the read. So attack path visualization. So website source code reveals Azure blob container. Container versioning reveals a deleted zip file. So the zip file doesn't exist currently, but it existed in a previous as a previous version of the blob container. Discovery of credentials inside the PowerShell scripts. Account takeover using the newly discovered credentials. Account job title contains sensitive information. That is the flag. Okay, so to start with, the entire blob container is accessible by anonymous users and world readable.
What are you? I'm system root.
Okay, so everybody, if you're on Twitch, well, if you're on Twitch and you're a subscriber, you can use this this emote right here, the Shy31 flag, and it'll put out this little emote over here. And I think you do need to be subscribed to be able to use it, but it's a really fun emote. What are we doing today? We just finished this walkthrough for Azure cloud hacking stuff, and this one's available for free if you want to check it out. I learned a lot of new stuff here, and I learned that if you want to do Azure hacking, you need to be able to have access to a PowerShell terminal. Okay, so where's our flag submission field? Here it is. Hold on, let me grab that flag. So our flag is here. Copy, submit, done. Congrats, you've successfully completed the challenge. Bird time? You know what? Oh, yeah, it's bird time. It is bird time, says OS Master, yeah. So we're just going to take a little break while the ads run on Twitch. Let me get the birds. We'll be back in about 50 seconds. So if anybody's wondering what kind of birds these are not house sparrows. You might assume that they're house sparrows, but these are actually house finches. So house finches they're a different species, and they're actually related to these guys. So this one over here, it shows up first. This is the male house finch, and you can usually identify it by its red breast and red head. So these other little guys, these are the juveniles. These are the immature ones. This is my first day. It would be useful for me. I am a student in the second semester. Adnan, hello, nice to see you. Are you talking about second semester of cybersecurity? What kind of cybersecurity program are you doing? Platinum Ghost, hello, nice to see you. Okay, so somebody asked about, are the permissions for Azure kind of like handled kind of like like an AD environment? I mean, this is all pretty new to me. I'm interested in learning more about Azure Cloud and how similar it is to Active Directory, because Active Directory is the other big organizational structure that Microsoft, that network Microsoft computers have. I've heard that Azure, like, the way Azure handles security is different from the way Active Directory does, but I'm going to have to do some more research on it. Okay, so let's see. I think there's... Was there anything more we needed to... So let's see. Defense. So the entire blob container is accessible by anonymous users and world readable. So this is the same kind of problems that you would see inside of like AWS buckets. So their cloud storage. You want to make sure that your configurations are correct so that, you know, you need to be authenticated to be able to look at the data inside those containers. Okay, this meant that the previous version of a sensitive file was publicly discoverable and readable. So this is, as far as I know, this is different from AWS in that you're not really able to keep multiple versions of files inside of your S3 buckets. So your S3 buckets are a little bit less sophisticated than this kind of Azure cloud container stuff. So SysOS says AD is less secure than Azure since Azure separates each principal from the other principals. And SysOS says Azure uses the same underlying principles as LDAP, but the entry points are not the same. SysOS says S3 buckets can also do versioning. Oh, can they? I've never encountered that before. Okay, let me put on some different music, and then maybe we'll move on into the last topic for today. So the last topic for today is going to be, well, it's going to be more hacking stuff, but it's going to be more CTF stuff. Okay, let's see. SysOS says it takes more setup and is more expensive. Oh, you mean the AWS stuff? Versioning? Okay, so to mitigate this issue, the previous version should be deleted. I mean, it's interesting that the previous version is here and it remains with the blob by default, unless you specifically go in and delete it. If using the Azure CLI, the command could be used after setting the storage account context to remove. Okay. So you would go in and remove the specific version of the file with this command. Okay, so it's never recommended to hard code credentials and scripts. Credentials should be stored in the PAM, Privileged Access Management System, Password Manager, or other service such as Azure Key Vault. Key Vault allows you to securely store and access keys, password certificates, and other secrets. Awesome. And, so I guess there's a walkthrough by our favorite content creator, Hack Smarter, over here as well. I guess I'll give everybody the link to this just for fun. Don't forget the clock. Where's the clock? Oh, yeah. Let me, so we're going to be doing our last activity for about 120 minutes. So I'm just going to set the clock up. And then we can start. Okay, and let's see. Topic 4 is done. Topic 5 is here. And yeah, let's begin. So we're going to be using another website for our last portion of the stream. It's going to be hackinghub.io. So hackinghub.io is yet another website where you can learn about cybersecurity stuff. It's another platform, but in this case, the platform is endorsed by two really big YouTube personalities. Let's see if I can find... Okay, so let me log out first. And if you take a look at Hacking Hub, where is it? hackinghub.io. Okay, so the leadership team behind hackinghub.io Sometimes I wonder if you need a producer. Well, I mean, I can't really afford a producer, so I have to be my own producer. Comrade Soul, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? And thank you for using the ha emote. Very nice. So we got Ben Sadagapur. This is Nahamsek. So Nahamsek is a really big YouTube personality who talks a lot about bug bounty stuff. So he's a really big like web app security stuff, or web app security creator. Adam Langley, I don't know. John Hammond is a really big content creator in the YouTube space for cybersecurity. So both of these guys are involved in this platform here. It's a common problem. By the point you need a producer is way before you can afford one. That's true. Okay. Anyways, let's log in here. Music's a bit loud. Maybe I can reduce it just a smidge. Okay. So you can make an account for Hacking Hub for free. Let me just grab. I put in the link. Yeah, I already pasted the link in. I like the way he writes his reports. Doesn't Adam make a ton of CTFs? I don't know. I don't know Adam. But if you say that he makes a ton of CTFs, I'm inclined to believe you. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Justin Barube, thank you. Okay, so we've got a bunch of different modules that we can access on the site. So Fetch the Flag 2026. There's a bunch of like archived CTF challenges here as well. So I wonder which one we should try out. NahamCon 2025 Winter CTF. NahamCon 2025 CTF. I mean, I'd take a look at the NahamCon CTF stuff, but the thing about NahamCon is that it's all web stuff. Oh, thank you very much for the assistance, SysOS Master. Very much appreciated. Okay, so let's try B-sides or Fetch the Flag. Sync Fetch the Flag 2026 CTF. This is pretty recent. I mean, this has to have happened in the last couple of months. So let's take a look at this thing. What categories did they have? They've got AI, crypto, forensics, pwn, reverse engineering, and web. So I think, well, I mean, we should probably start with some web because that's the category that I know the most about. Let's take a look. Oh, they've only got very difficult ones, huh? So we got a medium level challenge and some hard level challenges. It's SNIC, not sync. SNIC? Is it SNIC? Okay, it's fine. Okay. Fetch the Flag is from SNIC, and SNIC does web stuff too. Oh, SNIC is all web? Wait, is there? So this is, well, I mean, there's other stuff as well. Nahamsek's 5-week program, Nahamsek's redacted. B-sides Exeter. Is this like a European city, Exeter? So they've got B-sides Exeter 2025 CTF. You got web, hash cracking, forensics, and miscellaneous. Let's spend a little time choosing a good CTF to look at. Sneak. Oh, okay. So Sneak says, so it's pronounced Sneak. Sneak does a lot of DAST and SAST. Dynamic, what does it stand for again? The AST? Exeter is a city in Devon, England. Oh, I didn't know that. So I wonder, let's see, so their courses, their missions, their challenges. Let me just take a look at the different modules over here. We've got walkthroughs. We also have courses. We should just choose one of them. We should just choose one of the CTFs to look at. So let's look at Nahamcom. This is Sneak. This is B-Sides Exit. Let's do this one. B-Sides Exeter. And let's take a look at like a web challenge first. Check Nahamcom 2025. Static application security testing. Okay, behind the door. So we got a couple of easy challenges here. Behind the door, read between the lines. And we got StarCraft card collector. So behind the door, let's give it a try. Oh, we need to sign in. Okay, sign in. Okay, and behind the door. So hack the app to get the flag. If anybody wants to see what we're doing right now, this is it. SAST is looking at code, DAST is running code. So it's static and dynamic, right? This is stuff that we were talking that was talked about when I was working as a web app security tester so many moons ago. Okay, so we need to launch the hub and then we need to take a look. And I'm pretty sure because this is just a web app, we can share this with everybody else. The stuff that is deployed is publicly available. Okay. Is it free? Yeah, I mean, everything we're looking at is free today. Nanako Joe Yelbert? Nanako Joy Yelbert? Hello, nice to see you here on YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, so, I mean, because the name of the challenge is called the door bypass, that makes me think that there's some sort of iDoor vulnerability. But, happy hacking and good luck. Okay, so what's going on with this website? I guess one of the things we could do is we could do a little bit of fuzzing on the website while we're waiting here. Go back here, go to... We're not exactly Nmap scanning. Well, let's just call this web fuzzing. We'll do... Because it's really... The list is pretty small, we can do some derb. And we'll just have this running in the background while we're... Just a door image. This is cool, I haven't seen this before. I mean, if you want to give this a shot, you can. I'd say that the UI of the website is a bit clunky, but I mean, I'm not going to complain too hard because this is all... Well, it's not all free stuff on here, but the stuff we're looking at is free. So door bypass, open the door. This leads to 403 forbidden. Okay. Request forbidden by administrative rules. So we have to find some way to bypass this and get access to behind the door. So if we go in here, we're not using PowerShell anymore, so we can just exit out of here? Yeah. So we can use some curl to get a quick understanding for what is going on in the web request. So we got 403 forbidden, request forbidden by administrative rules. I'm guessing we need to supply some sort of HTTP header or some sort of cookie to get access. Is it HTTP 1.0? Huh. That's kind of weird. Use admin equals true? I mean, we could try. Admin equals true. Put it behind some quotes. Still 403 forbidden. Okay, I guess another thing we could do is we could just really quickly look for some, I don't know, robots.txt. There is robots.txt. Block all crawlers from reaching the admin page. Disallow behind the door. So, is behind the door actually an admin page? I mean, we can check admin. Good old robots.txt. Not found. Not found. Block all crawlers from reaching the /admin page. User agent all. Disallow / behind the door. Wait, isn't this the same endpoint? This is the same endpoint, isn't it? Yeah, it's the same one. Yeah, no worries. They had to specifically set that up. Nobody uses that in examples or production. Try double encoding the underscore. Trying 403 bypass. URL encoding the underscore. Huh. I mean, we could try, sure. So, URL encode. Is there an easy way to URL encode using like a Linux command? That'd be nice. Encode it. It's encoded as the same thing. What is the URL encode for underscore? Okay, so it says that we don't need to URL encode it. Although it's not encoded, the percent encoded value for the underscore is percent 5f. Okay, so we'll go in and we'll try encoding this to see if it does anything. Nope. Both PHP and Python can do it. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Quan HL Nguyen 24. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so the 403 bypass over here. Let's see. Request forbidden by administrative rules. Same thing. There is no admin endpoint. Wait, the admin endpoint is the same thing? No, this is not found. So this doesn't exist. So I'm actually interested to see that it didn't pick up the robots.txt yet. The other thing we could do is we could feed this into Nikto. Server Gunicorn. Gunicorn? Nature Music, hello, nice to see you here. Good Google morning. Google morning to you too. Nature Music, hello, how are you doing? Okay, so what else could be going on with this? So let's see. I mean, the other thing we could do is we could take a look at... So this is just a direct link. It's not doing anything super special. It's just a button that has the other endpoint inside of it. There's nothing super interesting about... There's nothing super interesting about the source code either. Everything knowledgeable. How do you do? Hello, nice to see you here. Kybers Throopwood. Yeah. Thanks for that. Okay, what I'm new here, what is this all about? So we're just, currently we're doing some security challenges. So we're doing security challenges from this website over here. It's called hackinghub.io. And we're currently doing this one over here. If you want to take a look at the exact challenge we're doing this one over here. Shaquille Stationary. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So happy hacking and good luck. So if we click on this, we get 403 forbidden. I mean, the other thing we could do is we could take a look at this inside of Burp Suite, because we're dealing with web stuff. You know, I haven't opened up Burp Suite in like a couple weeks. It feels really weird. But yeah, let me copy this, and then we'll try to open this up in the Burp Suite browser. So to anybody who's wondering, we're using the Burp Suite tool. It's a very common tool used in web app security. It's basically the tool that is used by web app security professionals. And thank you very much, Joni Heikkinen, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so we're just going to go over to proxy, open up the Burp browser. And then we'll paste in the web page. Okay, and then we will send the request, get the 403 forbidden, and then we'll take a look at the request in the history here. I mean, it doesn't look like there's anything super special here. We send this, we get a 403 forbidden. I wonder if there's... The GET request is made to HTTP 1.0, but the response is HTTP 1.0. Are you working inside of a VM of Kali Linux? Yeah, we're working inside a VM of Kali Linux. Okay, so robots.txt contains one entry that should be manually viewed. Robots.txt, sure. But aside from that, I don't think it's going to find anything super special. Everything knowledgeable says, I learned SQL and Java in high school, but after that I was not able to utilize that and stuck in an audit job. Nowadays I've heard a lot about data analysts and want to join some good MNC. Do you have any hack for that? MNC. What does MNC stand for in this case? Sorry, there's too many acronyms floating around the tech space. If you're asking me if I have any, if I can help you hack any web services, this is not what we do here. We don't do illegal stuff on the stream. Thank you very much, Andre Lopless. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? And Giovanni5, thank you. How do they know that the server is Gunicorn? Or Gunnicorn? Because I don't see it in the response. HTTP desync attacks, header reply. Good company is MNC. MNC, is that the name of a company? Because we're not getting very much. I'm thinking that there might be some sort. There might be something that we need to take a look at after we fuzz the application. And Aiden Choquette, thank you very much for the super chat. $10. Thank you very much. Love the content. Keep it up. Thank you. Thank you. Look at the successful response. And let me give you a special redeem for Aiden Choquette. How about some... Oh, I don't know. Let's give you some... Devil's Bedroom. The Devil's Bedroom.
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
Yabdullah Ziz, hello, nice to see you here. So you say that we might be able to use X-Forwarded 4. I mean, we could give that a try. I mean, you know, what's the harm in trying it? Okay, so let's resend the request with x-forwarded 4. X4, I mean, that's not how you spell forwarded. Send it. Bad request. So your browser sent a bad request. 400 bad request. Did I? Oh. It might be spacing issues. X-forwarded forward needs to be capitalized, I think. Let's send it again. 403 forbidden, okay. Still forbidden. Okay, how do you send a message in command in the LAN network? I mean, what kind of services are available on the network? Nevin Kumar, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so I mean, I'm not really too sure how else we would bypass this 403 forbidden message. Maybe we need to go to behind the door /admin. So, that's interesting. So when we sent behind the door /admin, we got 403 forbidden. But does it matter what we put on the other side? Yeah, so whatever we put on the other side, it doesn't really matter, I guess. So everything on the other side of behind the door is going to be forbidden. So, Nevin Kumar, hello, nice to see you here, and thank you very much for subscribing. Samuel MF, hello, nice to see you. Okay, so, in command prompt. Sorry, so Navin Kumar, I'm not too sure what you're looking to do. Who are you trying to message in the command prompt? Because I don't really understand what you're looking for in your message. So we tried Nikto. Let's just try running the derb again. And we'll just leave this running for a while. We can also try just the landing page as well. I guess another thing that we could try to figure out is whether or not this is running like PHP. Wait, what? Oh, okay. It gave us 403 forbidden because we added the x-forwarded 4 header. Yeah, this returns okay. X-forwarded 4 made everything forbidden. That's weird. Hold on, let's go back then. So it's behind the door. Send that. That's 403 forbidden. And let's try adding like something random after this. Random. Okay. And it's still 403 forbidden. Okay. So anything with behind the door is going to be 403. Okay, have you checked for further subdirectories in this one? I mean, the problem is that this subdirectory, looking for anything inside the subdirectory is going to result in 403 forbidden. So this doesn't exist. Also gives you 403 forbidden. But I guess it might be different if we actually find like a legitimate directory, right? Maybe. I mean, let's try. I actually want to figure out whether or not this is running like PHP or just regular old HTML. So if we go back to the web page, where are we? Here. We try index.php. This is not index.php. Is this index.html? This is not index.html. Huh. I wonder what the actual page is called then. It's probably Ruby on Rails with that server. So if it's Ruby on Rails, would it be index.rb? No. Open the door to get the flag. Happy hacking and good luck. The other thing I'm wondering about is where did they get this, the background? Because the background looks pretty interesting. So we got static. Well, we know there's a static directory. Not that they'd be really hiding anything in there. CDN JSDeliver.net. So what's in the static directory? Not found. It has bytes in it. Are we supposed to pay attention to it? Maybe. Hold on. So, I mean, there's just a bunch of binary numbers floating around in here. Are we supposed to... You know, it would be really funny. It would be really funny if we scanned this and it actually turned out to be something. I mean, we could try... Can you decode binary? We could screenshot it and then we can give it a try. Well, I'll wait until the binary is all visible, and then we'll try screenshotting it. Okay. So which of this are we going to screenshot? We'll just wait until it comes across over here. Okay, so actually, maybe I should make this a bit smaller. Okay, we got the screenshot. Let's take a look. So this is what we're looking at. We could try uploading this to like Google to see if we could extract the numbers, because I don't want to do this manually. That'd be a big pain in the butt. Google.com. We go to search by image. Where does it ends up in the downloads directory, right? So downloads, screenshot, open. And we want just this portion right here. Okay, and then we will translate. Thai detected. Thai detected. That's funny. Okay, we'll select English. And then we will copy text. Okay. And then we'll put it in one of our editors. Okay, so we don't... wow. I guess it didn't do a very good job grabbing those numbers, because it obviously interpreted these as something it shouldn't have. Maybe I need to get a better screenshot. So we just need to make sure... What happens if we make everything really big? We just need to wait for this to scroll on by. Might be faster typing because the text is not clear. Yeah, maybe I should be typing this out. Can you not try to grab the source image? I mean... So style.css, the only thing that that it references here is style.css. So matrix black background. Okay. We've got the content here. Settle falling code effect, more settled than snowflakes. Content is... Okay, we've got two sets of binary numbers. So we'll try copying this. I don't know if it's actually going to go anywhere. We'll do like binary to ASCII. And we'll just paste in the binary convert. HTTP desync attacks. I've never... okay, I think I might have done an HTTP desync attack once. I think somebody else referenced an HTTP desync attack in the chat. Let me see if I can find that message. Somebody was talking about it. Quan Nguyen was talking about HTTP desync attacks. Okay, so before we can do some research, the other thing we can do is we can grab the second string, because there were two strings. So here's the other string, and we'll translate this. The interesting thing is that this was actually relevant. I thought it would not be relevant, but stranger things have happened. Browser powered. So browser powered HTTP desync attacks. Let's do a little bit of research. They probably talk about this kind of stuff on Portswigger. Portswigger.net, our favorite source for web app security stuff. So let's see. Academy. And all content, all topics, desync. I don't see it here. Unicorn wasn't showing. Was it not? Is that how you spell desync? HTTP desync attack bypass. Well, let's just take a look at HTTP desync attacks. Okay, so it is on Portswigger. So let's take a look. Anybody who's wondering what we're looking at, it is over here. It's an old article, but you know what? What's old is new again. So HTTP requests are traditionally viewed as isolated standalone entries. In this paper, we'll explore forgotten techniques for remote, unauthenticated attackers to smash through the isolation and splice the request into others. So this is not request smuggling, that's something else. So HTTP 1.0, there's a widespread support for sending multiple HTTP requests over a single underlying TCP or SSL TLS socket. Okay? This by itself is harmless, however modern websites are composed of chains of systems all talking over HTTP. This multi-tiered architecture takes HTTP requests from multiple different users and routes them over a single TCP TLS connection. So front end takes in a bunch of requests from different users, and then all these requests are funneled in from the front end to the back end server. Okay? This means that suddenly it's crucial that backend agrees with the front end about where each message ends. Otherwise, an attacker might be able to send an ambiguous message, which gets interpreted as two distinct HTTP requests in the backend. So, let's see. We've got a regular user, which sends green colored requests. Oh, interesting. So, it looks like part of the attacker sent request ends up in another user's request here. So some of the orange portion gets inserted into the green request here. Okay, two legit ones. Says try curl forwarded 4 behind the door. I think we've tried that already. Two legit one. It didn't quite work. But hold on, I'll do the command because you asked for it. Could not connect to server. Oh, it's supposed to be HTTP. No, it's just HTTP, not HTTPS. Yeah, so this one doesn't go through. John Shinobi says, I think you said Unicorn was missing. It has lots of CVEs. Don't know if I'm getting mixed up. I mean, the Unicorn HTTP header response header is missing. It's only present on the landing page. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Fauzan, and thank you very much for following on Twitch, Strangkeys. Thank you. Okay, so let's read more about this thing. This gives the attacker the ability to prepend arbitrary content at the start of the next legitimate user's request. Throughout this paper, the smuggled content will be referred to as the prefix and highlighted in orange. So let's imagine the front end prioritizes the first content length header, and the backend prioritizes the second. From the backend's perspective, the TCP stream might look something like post HTTP 1.0. Okay, content length 6, content length 7. What is going on here? Oh, okay. So this is kind of like request smuggling. There's a reverse proxy in front stripping and overriding the server header. That's why the G unicorn is missing. Okay. So under the hood, the front end forwards the blue and orange data onto the back end, which only reads the blue content before issuing a response. This leaves the backend socket poisoned with the orange data. When the legitimate green request arrives, it ends up appended onto the orange content, causing an unexpected response. So in this example, the injected G will corrupt the green user's request, and they will probably get a response along the lines of unknown method G post. Every attack in this paper follows the same format. Okay, so what is the payload we need to use then? Okay, since the specification implicitly allows processing requests using both the transfer encoding chunked and content length, few servers reject such requests. So whenever we try to find a way to hide transfer encoding header from one server in the chain, it will fall back to using content length, and we can desynchronize the whole system. You might not be familiar with chunked encoding, since tools like Burp Suite automatically buffer chunked requests and responses into regular message for ease of sending, or ease of editing. Okay. So here's a simple desynchronization attack using chunked encoding. So post. So this is the malicious request. So the malicious request includes all this stuff here. Okay, I wonder if this would work. HX real IP. HX real IP. I mean, we kind of picked up on the fact that this is supposed to be HTTP desynchronization attacks. X real IP. Still gives us 403 forbidden. Okay, I think I have done labs that deal with HTTP request smuggling before, but this was back in like 2022, so like 4 years ago. Okay, we haven't made any effort to hide the transfer encoding header here, so the exploit will primarily work on systems where the front end simply doesn't support chunked encoding, a behavior seen on many websites using the content delivery network Akamai. Okay, so if it's the backend that doesn't support chunked encoding, we need to flip the offsets around. Okay, so I mean, so far we haven't seen how this results in the attacker getting access to stuff that they shouldn't, but I'm sure we need to keep on reading. Just a normal curl request for the header with I on target, maybe? I mean, well, let's keep on reading, I guess. This technique works on quite a few systems. We can exploit many more by making the transfer encoding header slightly harder to spot so that the system doesn't see it. Okay, so each of these is successfully used to exploit at least one system during the research. Transfer encoding X chunked, transfer encoding chunked, transfer encoding chunked, transfer encoding X. Each of these quirks is harmless if both the front end and the back end server have it, but a major threat otherwise. For yet more techniques, check out the ongoing research. We'll look at practical examples using other techniques shortly. So the theory behind request smuggling is straightforward, but the number of uncontrolled variables and our total lack of visibility into what's happening before the front end can cause complications. Okay, the obvious approach to detecting request smuggling vulnerabilities is to issue an ambiguous request followed by a normal victim request. Then observe whether the latter gets an unexpected response. This is extremely prone to interference. If another user's request hits the poison socket before a victim request, they'll get the corrupted response and we won't spot the vulnerability. So that means that on a live site with a high volume of traffic, it can be hard to prove request smuggling exists without exploiting numerous genuine users in the process. Okay, well, let's assume that the front-end server uses content length header and the backend uses transfer encoding header. So we should probably look for these two headers in our request in Burp Suite. So this is the content length header here. And we have to assume that the backend is using transfer encoding. So if we go back to Burp Suite and we try the other request here to behind the door, this is also sending I'm assuming that this is we should be sending content length with this request. Yeah, so content type is here, but we don't send content length with this request. But I guess we could manually insert it. So content length, I don't know, any arbitrary number. But let's do some more reading. Content length 4. We can detect potential request smuggling by sending the following request. So content length 4, and then Q. So, I mean, this is a post request though. StarCraft music way too good. I mean, there's a reason why it's so successful, right? So thanks to the short content length, the front end will forward the blue text only. The back end will time out while waiting for its next chunk size. If both servers are in sync, the request will be simply rejected by the front end or harmlessly processed by both systems. We can safely detect TECL, so CL stands for content length and transfer encoding is TE. Okay. Thanks to terminating the 0 chunk, the front end will only forward the blue text. I mean, can we just try one of these payloads and see if something weird happens? So content like 6. Send the request a couple times. Forbidden. Forbidden. Still forbidden. Okay, so I mean, we might have to send like a different type of request. We'll keep reading. Thanks to the terminating 0 chunk, the front end will only forward the blue text. So the 0 here ends the request. If the desync happens the other way around, then this approach will poison the backend socket with an X, potentially harming legitimate users. Oh, this is... Oh, we need to include this. We need to include both of these. Transfer encoding and content length. Okay, so we'll go back to Burp Suite. So why does this get set to content length 6? I think this might be something automatic that Burp Suite does. Yeah, I think we might need to change some settings in Burp Suite before we do this. Okay, so I think in the repeater settings we can uncheck update content length. Thank you very much, John Shinobi. I'm sure I must have done that before. So is it here? Update content length. Okay, so we just uncheck that. So we'll turn this into 6. Forbidden, 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 forbidden. Okay, I mean, it's not really... We could also use telnet to send the request by hand, could we? So the green request will be rewritten by the front end. Some systems are completely reliant on the front end system for security, and as soon as you're past that, you can waltz straight on in. Okay, so on this endpoint, the backend system was a proxy itself, so changing the smuggled host header granted me access on the new relic systems. Okay, so I'm pretty sure we can find something that looks exactly like this. Oh, interesting. They sent like a GET request through the request smuggling here. Get HTTP 1.0 OK. Okay, so I think what we want to do is we want to take a look at some labs. So this is request smuggling, right? So let's take a look at the labs for request smuggling. HTTP request smuggling. Go to topic. There are 22 labs for HTTP request smuggling. That's crazy. But yeah, if you want to take a look at the same stuff we're looking at, there you go. So view all the HTTP request smuggling labs. Okay, so which one of these labs is gonna look like what we're dealing with now? Differential responses. So content length. What does the T stand for again? Is it something encoding? Transfer encoding, okay. Exploiting HTTP request smuggling to bypass front-end security controls, CLTE vulnerability. And then we got an opposite one, TECL vulnerability. Okay, so this probably matches what we're looking at right now. So this is probably, well, let's take a look at CLTE, and if this doesn't work, we'll try the TECL. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to try out the lab, but we're going to take a look at the walkthrough for this, because I just want to understand how the payloads work. Post HTTP host content length 6 transfer chunked. Yeah. I mean, maybe we don't need to actually solve the lab. We just need to take a look at the payloads and solution. Okay, it's bird time. So let's put on. Okay, so here is a special bird that I see a lot of these days, and we'll be back in 60 seconds. I just need to take a little water break while the ads run, but enjoy the birds. Alight Raja, hello, nice to see you here. We're just doing some web app hacking stuff, and we're exploring a vulnerability I haven't looked at in a long time. It's called HTTP request smuggling. We're doing some web app hacking. Is there another bird? Oh, there's a dark-eyed junco. That's a cute little bird. We see a lot of them around here. The NSA are, yeah, well, you know, I don't want to comment too much about three-letter agencies. Okay, put the birds away, get back to the hack-in. So solution, let's take a look at the payloads. So try to visit admin and observe the request is blocked, okay. Using the burp repeater, issue the following request twice. So transfer encoding, content length 37. Observe that the merged request /admin was rejected due to not using the header host localhost. Host localhost. Huh. Issue the following request twice. Transfer encoding chunked, content length 54. So we have to send, so we're basically piggybacking another request with their first request, right? Isn't host part of HTTP 1.1? I'm not sure about that. SysOS says bird clock. Bird clock? Thank you for the bird clock. Okay, so the host header conflicted with the smuggled host heading in the first request. I mean, if we're able to get one of these payloads to run on the website, then we're probably going to get like in some sort of error message. So we can send, we first have to send, we have to send a post request here though. I mean, I suppose it really doesn't matter if we actually have some. It has to be a post request because otherwise it wouldn't have a body, right? Not piggybacking, seeing whether there's a discrepancy. I think you can confuse them because that they fall out of sync. Okay, so we'll do a post request. Where is it? So repeater. Request response. We'll do a post request to the landing page, and we'll change this request. Got to shoot off now. This has been a pleasure. Thank you very much, joining Shinobi. Nice to see you here. All requests can have a body technically. I mean, technically yes, but I mean. Some servers might not accept GET requests with bodies, so it's Okay, so we send a post request, content length, transfer encoding. We've got both of these. We send our 0 and then we send our new request. I mean, I'm not too sure why we need to include this header, ignore, x, but we'll try just this. So get admin, it's not going to be admin, it's going to be something else. It's going to be behind the door. Behind the door. So it turns out this wasn't iDoor at all. Okay. Well, anyways, we'll send this twice. Send. This comes back okay, and then we send it again. I guess what we need. I guess we need to update the content length. In this case, send. So that's okay, send. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, T47 and Hala G. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go back. So the merge request to /admin was rejected due to not using the header host localhost. Issued this twice with host localhost. I mean, Issued the following request twice, said that the second request headers are appended to the smuggle request body instead. So post to the regular endpoint, try to get the admin endpoint, content type application form URL encoded. I mean, I guess this is your GET request with the body here. Observe you can now access the admin panel. Okay, so let's try copying this payload. Go back to Burp Suite. We'll copy all this. And we'll just change the endpoint name behind the door. And I guess we don't need this. Okay, send it. Send it once. Send it twice. Huh. Interesting. We got both of the requests. Why is the body empty below the get request? No, I mean we got x equals something in here as the body. The interesting thing is that we sent this. If we render this, we actually this looks so funky. Sahan Chamad, hello, nice to see you here. Why is the body empty below the get request? 403 forbidden, request forbidden by administrative rules. So we're trying to do our smuggling over here. We do another get request, host localhost, content type, content length. It doesn't like this. So is it because it's not content length behind the server? Okay, send it. Then send it again. Oh, we got like an extra error message. So the other error message is cache control, no cache, connection close, content type text HTML. So this is part of the response. We got our 403 forbidden, request forbidden by administrative rules. So I think we're getting closer. Okay, so here it works. So this is content length. What is the name of the lab again? Content length transfer encoding. So we might want to switch it up to transfer encoding content length, so the order is slightly different. So this is the first lab that we tried. We'll take a look at the second lab. Are we developing a CTF platform? I mean, we're doing a CTF challenge right now over here. Okay, so this is CLTE, and the one was TECL. So we've looked at CLTE, we need to take a look at TECL. Yeah. Okay, so we'll just skip over to the end. So using the previous response as a reference, change the smuggle request URL to delete Carlos. Issue the following request twice. So transfer encoding chunked into content length 4. Transfer encoding chunked, and then we try to smuggle in the post request over here. So well, we can just get in here and modify the request. Okay, so content length, all this stuff. Content length 4, transfer encoding chunked. We're still doing a get request to behind the door. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Elgana, thank you very much. Behind the door. Okay, and we'll send this off twice. Send bad request. So this is a bad request. Send it again. Also bad request. So it doesn't... It really doesn't like this. behind blue eyes. Blue eyes? Blue eyes. Content type, content length. So, I mean, it has to be the other way around. So it's not TECL, it's the other way around, because if we send these requests, we just get HTTP 400s in response. Does the message get appended when we send twice? Well, I mean, it seems like it just causes the server to error out. So we should be using the payload from the other lab, which was this stuff. So this is CLTE. So content length on the front end, and transfer encoding on the back end. But I think we're missing something. We see that there was definitely like a weird response when we sent our payload the last time. Content length, we need to adjust this so it auto updates. Okay, great. So we're going to behind the door. On localhost, content length 10. What happens if we don't update the content length and send this? Looks like it's having a hard time. How often do you stream here? Twice a week right now. So I need to double check my server because it might have timed out. Or it might have run out of time. Yeah, it ran out of time. What if you send a content length that is shorter or longer than the request? Is it easy to bypass paywalls for online magazines or newspapers? I'd say that it probably isn't super hard to bypass paywalls for online magazines and newspapers. I can't really talk too much about that kind of stuff because it's not exactly legal stuff to do. I mean, I've never really looked into it myself because I don't really make too much use out of those kind of services. Okay. So this... Stop this. Stop. Oh, that's not a stop button. Okay, and it should be the same host. It's waiting. How do we make it stop? Hold on. Let me copy that. Okay, we'll go back, we'll make a new one. Send it. Oh, we're not supposed to be using HTTPS. Hold on. Let me see, get the behind the door. Cancel the request. Just a second, everybody. I just need to make sure that the endpoint is the same, because it might not be the same after resetting the... Okay, it's a different one. Alright, everybody. We're doing this one now. Let's go back. Okay. All right, let me get the payload again from the lab website. Where is it? Here. Okay, so this is content type, content length. Copy this again. So I think we were getting close the last time. So this has to be a, we're going to send this as a post request. And we're going to try to access behind the door. Okay, and I'm going to make sure to not update the content length to see what happens. Send it. Okay. So the interesting thing is that so we get both requests at the same time. But we still get the forbidden message. So I wonder what we need to include with our request to actually get the correct content. So host localhost, maybe we need to add some other headers. We'll also try this with the updated content length to see if it makes a difference. It doesn't seem to make a difference. It's the return code. Yeah, the return code is 403. So we need to find some way to bypass the dang thing, because I mean I've never really seen two responses coming back in the same request, so it's already kind of weird. So host localhost, content type application, form URL encoded, content length 10. It's got to be something super simple. You can get to more than 2 responses with HTTP 2.0. So the other thing we could do is we could try to send this as HTTP 1.1.0. I mean, I don't know if that makes a difference. Don't think so. Okay. Syaz, I'm not too sure how to pronounce your name. What are the main things one should learn in Python? I feel like I know a lot of things, but they aren't categorized. And I'm not too sure when to move on to learn another language. What are the main things one should learn in Python? I mean, learn to solve problems, I'd say, is a big thing. I've actually got a few different resources you could try. So for Python specifically, I don't have one for Python specifically, but let's see, education resources. I've got some over here. Hanky Lodwick, hello, nice to see you here. We're currently doing a fun little, what was it, HTTP request smuggling lab right now. Over here. So use all of your HTTP request smuggling techniques, and maybe you can get the flag. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Boomin Shah. Thank you. Okay, so what was I doing? I was grabbing education resources. Just a second. So, why didn't this go through? So for programming, take a look at the this lab down at the bottom over here, and also at Exorcism under General Programming Language Learning Platforms. This is also really good. And LeetCode, if you know about LeetCode, or if you want to do something like Advent of Code, if you're able to solve the challenges that you find over there pretty easily, then I'd say that it's okay. It's okay for you to move on to another language. But you don't necessarily need to master a language before moving on to the next one. You're telling us your private Bitcoin wallet key, remember? I don't think I have one of those, but thank you for reminding me. Syra says, I know my name looks weird. You can call me Sai. Oh, okay. Thank you. And Aditya, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so let's go back. Mm, 403 forbidden. Okay. Send those quick. I mean, the last... Something tells me that there's some sort of HTTP header that I need to include in here to get this thing to work. So this is a GET request. 403 forbidden. I mean, do we need to... What happens if we send these both to behind the door? Then we only get one response. Okay. Okay, so maybe at this point we should try looking at a write-up just to understand what the heck is going on, and then we can move on to another challenge. The thing you need to modify is the content length. So the content length is, you mean the original request or the smuggled request? The smuggled request is... So the content length of the original request is 128, which is... $10 bytes seems short. The content length is what we're... Content length is what we're sending, right? Not what we're returning. Includes the header after all. So content length 10. I mean, this is for the GET request. Content length 10. And we're not sending very much. Content length 128 is probably like this entire thing. So this is like... Hold on. Let me just copy all this. And we'll try, like... writing it to a file. And then we'll word count it. So this counts as like 119 characters, or bytes. Characters? It's either 119 or 120. Cache control, no cache. So it's either 119 or 120. Huh. This didn't give us the error response. Uncheck the content length for origin. Yeah, it's already unchecked. I could have sworn I got this to work. Yeah, so this one doesn't come. This one only has a single response. Is there a cookie? There's no cookies associated with this website. Open the door to get the flag. Open the door. Yeah. See the raw. Raw. It's pretty close. I keep on saying it's pretty close. Send it twice. 403 forbidden. We are making... Sometimes the other request doesn't get through. I'm not too sure. So there's definitely some smuggling getting through. Only the single response is not 360 good. I've never used it before. I don't know. Change the 1.0 to 1.1. 1.1. 403, 403, 403. Then this comes back without the second response. Open the door to get the flag. Open the door to get the flag. Oh. You know what? I should probably switch to another, to some other music before it gets me in trouble. Okay, Dungeon of the Endless, let's go. Okay, why do you use content type for the second request? So the second request, I mean, this is what I saw. I mean, I'm kind of like monkey seeing monkey doing this, because I see this is what they do in here. Because this is supposed to be a content length on the front end and whatever, transfer encoded on the second, on the back end. But if the opposite were true, I mean, we've tried the payload for the opposite, which is transfer encoded on the front end and content length on the back end. This is not CLTE, I think. I mean, the problem is that we tried the payload for TECL, and we just get an error. But I mean, we can try. So content length 4, and then transfer encoding. Okay, we'll try the other payload. So the other payload is this. Okay, we send a GET request to behind the door. Content length 15. So content length 4 followed by content length 15. 87. Is 87 like the content? Why do we send the number 87 in this case? Is it because this is the length of the content here? I mean, if we start trying to send these kind of requests, let's see. So this was the post request. Send. Send. This doesn't give us an an error response. 87 is 4 bytes. The 87 is 4 bytes. The 87 is 4 bytes. Okay, so 4 bytes. So that's 2 bytes and 2 bytes? Or are we including like content length 4? Then we do content length 15. With the new line. Oh, you know what we aren't seeing? We aren't seeing the new lines. Oh, I see. Okay. So this is a handy thing to see inside of Burp Suite. You can take a look at the non-printable characters. Normalize HTTP line endings off. Burp settings. Normalize HTTP line endings. Here are my settings. So message modification. Normalize, we need to set this to off. It's the hamburger menu. Space after 0. Orthan, hello, nice to see you here. Glymex, hello. Welcome to the stream. I mean, are we supposed to normalize the HTTP line endings? Red Team Rookie, which PortSwagger topic is this? So, I mean, we're currently doing a CTF challenge. We're trying to do some HTTP request smuggling. Over here. So this lab is going to be running for another hour or so. Although we're going to run out of time beforehand. Okay, so I think what we're going to do. Are you learning bug bounty? No, I'm not learning bug bounty. Okay, so I think we'll go ahead and take a look at the write-up so we can learn what is actually going on. I'm not super familiar with HTTP request smuggling attacks. Hopefully the write-up can give us some more insight to this. So let's see. Write-up. Once you've completed the hub, you'll be able to submit your own write-up. So we got a write-up by this user. Let's take a look. Okay. So we're given the opportunity to play with a CL0 request. Huh. CL0 request smuggling. This technique is very well described, way better than I could do, on PortSwagger Academy. Okay. So CL0. This is is this a different lab? Hold on. CL0 request smuggling. Request smuggling vulnerabilities. So this is content length, right? Servers can be persuaded to ignore content length header, meaning that they assume that each request finishes at the end of the headers. This is effectively the same as treating content length as 0. Okay, it's not 19 lines, it's 20. The exploit is with the difference between when the request ends, so we need to send an R or N without the accompanying R and the partner. So testing for CL0 vulnerabilities. Okay, so vulnerable endpoint, content length 34, send anything, post to the vulnerable endpoint, and then attach a GET request. Attach a GET request with some random HTTP header. Time to learn something new, not familiar with HTTP request smuggling. It's a tough topic. I remember struggling with it when I was learning it like 4 years ago. It's not a super easy topic to understand. Okay, notice that we haven't tampered with the headers in any way. The length of the request is specified by a perfectly normal, accurate content length header. Create one tab for containing the setup request and another containing an arbitrary follow-up request. Add the two tabs to a group in the correct order. So, I mean, I want to take a look at the corresponding lab for this. Here it is. CL0 request smuggling. HTTP is kind of hard to understand well because the RFC is a mess. Okay, so let's take a look. Go to the first request and convert it to a post request. Right-click and change request method. In the body, add an arbitrary request smuggling prefix. The result should look something like this. So here we are. So it was like change request type, right? I mean, I just tried typing in the word post, but I suppose it doesn't like it. So we'll just delete everything here. And we'll just try, what was it? Change request type up in here. Change request method. Okay, so we just changed it to post. I mean, we could just type it in, right? Oh, it doesn't like this. Let's just omit everything here. And change request method. Where do we stop the request? Let's go back to the proxy. Okay, this is okay. We'll go back to the lab. So we change it to a post request. Read the error. Which error? From the previous one? 408 request timeout. Your browser didn't send a complete request in time. Okay, so I think it's because we sent a post request without a body, so it errored out. Burp gave the error, Burp gave the error. But anyways, let's work with the new request here. So the new request is here. We'll change this to a. We know that this works as a post request, as a GET request. We'll change the request method, and then we'll go back to the walkthrough over here. Add an arbitrary request smuggling prefix. The result should look something like this. So post, connection closed, content type, content length correct. Get hopefully, hopefully 404, foo x. I mean, content length correct. Content length correct. I mean, is this arbitrary? Hold on. So I'll just copy this. Whoops. Copy exactly this. And then overwrite. Okay, and then send this. Hopefully 404. Send it twice. Thank you very much for subscribing, Farhan. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay, change the path of the main post request to point to an arbitrary endpoint that you want to test. Change the path of the main post request. So the main post request, arbitrary endpoint that you want to test. Using the drop-down menu next to the send button, change the send mode to send group in sequence single connection. Oh, okay. So this is how we send two requests at the same time. So in here, wait, where was it? Using the drop-down menu next to the send button. Okay. Drop-down menu. I don't see the drop-down menu. Do we need to make this part of a tab group? I think I might be missing something. We're looking at the gear. Change the send mode to send group in sequence single connection. No, I don't see it in here. I think we need to make this part of a tab group first. Okay, add tab to group, new tab group. Group 1, sure. And now we can do send group in sequence, single connection, something like that. So do we need to make multiple of these? Written for an older version. I mean, I've done sending stuff in sequence for a couple of other attacks. But you know what? You know what we should be doing? We should be taking a look at the write-up, because the write-up will actually tell us what we're looking for. All right. Okay. So fuzzing or whatever won't take you anywhere. There's a subtle hint. We found this. CL0. To understand what was happening, I used the excellent burp plugin HTTP Smuggler. A probe reveals what they call a CL0 desync, bad setup lf get robots.txt. In the following, please note that the update content length and normalize HTTP1 line endings are disabled. Okay, so SysOS, you are correct. We need to not normalize the HTTP1 line endings. So let's go back in and look at the gear. Normalize HTTP1 line endings. It's in the just this browser tab as well. So we can uncheck both of these. Okay. Now I switch over to programming the request because burp was being annoying. Now I see why. Okay. So you have to account for the correct content length for the smuggle request to robots.txt in this example. You have to do it for behind the door to get the flag. So the key is also the single line feed in the foo header without a carriage return from the bad setup LF. Okay. Foo bar N without the R. So someone directly asked the author of the challenge on Discord for an explanation, and here's the answer. The intended flow was to use a tool called HTTP Request Smuggler, which detects the CL0 smuggling vulnerability. So, I mean, I don't think I've used this tool before. They issued the extension reports several attache requests. You inspect carefully, you will reveal that there's a missing R on the foo bar header. As for why it works, it's a bit more complicated. Effectively, the front end and back end disagree on where the request ends because the front end thinks new lines just end with N here, and the back end thinks you need R and N to have a complete new line. Okay, therefore on the back end, foo bar N content length 29 is treated as one complete header. Oh, Okay. Shema Jax says, can you help me bypass the server of funded next rules? I'm building a trading robot, but the server broke my robot. I mean, I'm not too sure what you're asking for there. It sounds like you're asking to hack some what is it called? Cryptocurrency server or something. I don't think I can help you do that. Since the backend therefore can't see or ignores the content length header, it assumes that the content length is 0 and progresses the smuggled prefix as the start of the new request, bypassing any front-end access control rules. This is complicated. Okay, so we're sending a post request to the landing page. So post request to landing page. Okay, content type is foo bar, and we need to make sure it's /n but not /r. I mean, I guess we can get rid of everything else. All these other headers, they don't need to be here. According to the write-up. So we just need the host, the content type. We just need the host and the content type. Now we need this random header here. Simplest explanation, the mangled request, missing n for the foo header makes it such that the two servers see different requests and they get the different result as a result. So we go back in, we'll put in the arbitrary foo header right after the content type. We'll put foo bar. So foo bar with the /n but no /r. Okay, content length is, well, I mean, it's not calculated, but we need to put in our payload. So the payload is get robots.txt. I mean, let's just go for the for what we want. We want behind the door. Okay, behind the door, HTTP 1.0. Yeah, RN, and then we want to put. I'm not too sure why we need to include this extra stuff over here, but we need to get the content length of the new thing. So the content length of the new thing is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. So this is 40. So this new content length should be 40. The extra stuff is the post parameter for the main request. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Send this. So we need to send... Is it because I'm not doing this with the right... So update content length is unchecked, and normalize HTTP1 line endings is also unchecked. So just make sure, yeah, these are both unchecked. I mean, this looks like... This looks like what the example payload looks like. I wonder what's going wrong here. So get whatever endpoint we want to. HTTP 1.1. Do I have the content length? Do I have the content length wrong? Let's go back. Maybe the HTTP version. So it says 1.1 in both of these. The payload also has 1.1 in both of the requests. I mean, we could change the HTTP version here. We would, we can also send, we can duplicate this tab and put it in the group. Send current tab, send group. So I think this tab here, we can duplicate it. So we got group 5, we got 5 and 6. These are the same request. We'll send it in a group. Okay, we did it. We did it. Oh, we did it. Okay. You made it past the door's access controls. Flag smuggling with CL0 is easy. Jeez, that took a long time. It took a long time. This was supposed to be an easy level CTF challenge. If we take a look at this hub's details, this is supposed to be the easy level one. Difficulty easy. Hey guys, did you know? Did you know that this was an easy level CTF challenge? Jeez. All right, let's grab the flag. I mean, we didn't necessarily do this, you know, the right way, but
Hide the planet! Hide the planet! Shut up again!
I am the real guy. I'm in the Why did it take multiple send requests? So I mean, that's the thing. When you do HTTP request smuggling, the smuggled request gets tacked on to another person's response. So in order to actually receive the information back from the smuggling, you need to send multiple requests. Okay, so there's the flag. How do you rate the hub? I mean, this was a pretty good challenge from a learning standpoint. We'll give it 5 stars. Oh, this was difficulty. Okay, this was not... This, I don't consider this like an easy challenge, but I don't want to say that it's an extreme challenge. So we'll call this a medium challenge. How about that? Because people expect easy challenges to be done by people who have a little bit of experience with web app hacking. Okay, let's call it an advanced challenge. There you go. Submit. Okay, the response is in the next request. Yeah. Okay, so we got the flag, and I don't know if we've got enough time to do one more challenge. We'll take a look. So I'll definitely be doing a little write-up for this, because I do want to remember how to do attacks like this. So the problem with me is that when I did these request smuggling labs like 4 years ago, I didn't document how I solved the labs. So I think, this might be something I cover maybe in a few weeks, because if I go through this stuff on stream, then I'm much more likely to remember how to do it in the future. Anyways, okay, so yeah, I'll come back to this. I'll do my write-up, but I don't think that would be very exciting for people to watch. Let's go back. Okay, so behind the door, we finished that. First web app, read between the lines. I hope this one's a little bit easier. How to write write-ups? I mean, if you've seen what I've done for write-ups before, I've got them all over here. They're usually not super pretty, but if you want to take a look at what I've done for write-ups before, they're on my GitHub over here. Okay, so this was... What's really interesting is that we had to go in and decode this binary and encode it into ASCII. Or decode it into ASCII. That was really interesting. Okay, let's go back. Read between the lines. Okay, so hack the app to get the flag. Yup. Enroll. And then launch hub. Writing reports is a skill you need to develop. It begins with doing. Yeah. I mean, the reason why we write reports is so that we can recreate the stuff that we found. Because if you're not able to recreate stuff, then you're not, well... What is this? Everybody, you can give this a try yourself. So the challenge is called... Oh, this is shockingly easy. So the flag can be found here, and then we slowly see it transform. I guess what we need to do is we just need to get the... I mean, I'm not... Okay, maybe not shockingly easy, but this is so much easier compared to the previous thing. Okay, let's copy this. Let's put it in some document. Read lines. Okay, the flag can be found here. The flag can be found here, but there's differences between the regular lines and what is in this message. This is one of the challenges of all time. I'd say so. The flag can be found. Thank you very much, Ramtree Vinayak, thank you. And King Sora, thank you very much for your subscription on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so... I mean, can we run, like, diff on this or something? The flag can be found here. So the differences between each one of these things... So there's a G... F. Oh, okay. I think I understand what's going on. So it just keeps on going diagonally like this. So we just move diagonally down and we find the entire flag. Is that it? Yeah, I wonder if there's like a programming way you can do this. So grab the thing from the first position, and then grab the thing from the second position, and then grab the thing from the third position. That kind of format. TH1S. Yeah. Okay. Let's grab the whole thing first. So it starts here. Okay, let's delete what we have currently. No, I'm glad to see like a slightly easier challenge after doing that HTTP request smuggling one. Okay, so let's try asking the AI. Mr. AI, solve all my problems. Okay, so new thread. Okay, we have a bunch of lines in a file. We want to get the first character from the first line, the second character from the second line, etc., etc. How can we do this in a Linux one-liner? Okay, some Python script that goes through each line and grabs all the characters that aren't supposed to be there. I mean, I think what we have specifically here is grab the first character from the first line, the second character from the second line, and then move all the way down. How many characters are there? So this is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I mean, we'll figure out how many lines are here in just a second. So read lines, word count. So this is 24 lines. So we just need to do this 24 times. Probably use the flag is here as a standard. Gets difference with each sentence. So I mean, what does the AI think here? So use awk with substring and nr, record number. nr is the current line number, so in line 1 you get character 1, line 2, character 2. So if C is not empty, avoids printing anything for lines shorter than the line number. Okay, well I mean, does it work? Does it magically work? So file is going to be readlines.txt. Flag, the flag isn't this. Okay, I mean, do we submit this? Is it the correct flag? We'll figure it out in just a second. Submit flag. Submit. Incorrect flag. The flag isn't this. Funny. So, I guess, read between the lines. It's not as easy as we thought it would be. So this is the source. I mean, the source is basically the same thing, right? Yeah, the source is exactly the same thing. The author is trying to troll us. Are there non-visible characters? You know what? I think we should try to figure out if there are non-visible characters. We'll select all, we'll copy it, and then we'll write it to a file, and then we'll run hex dump No, not hex dump, XXD. So, nano. Okay, and then we'll run XXD on this thing. Okay, I mean, the only thing that that's non-printable here is the new lines. So I don't think... it's hidden. I mean, it's not in hidden characters. So the... I mean, we tried to... flag the flag isn't this. So... I mean, this is a web application, right? So it's got to be a little bit more complicated than just downloading a file. So read between the lines. Is there robots.txt? Maybe try hex dump? Yeah, I mean, that's what we just... Okay, the other thing we can do is we can take a look at this request inside of curl. So we'll just curl it, and then we'll take a look at the headers. I guess we just need to take a look at the headers. Unsupported method head. Okay, I guess we can't do that. Try downloading the message using wget or curl. Yeah, I mean, we just did a curl request. And let's just scroll up to the top. Okay, we got yeah, So the challenge wasn't as easy as we thought it would be. Okay, well, I mean, we completed the much harder challenge. Well, I mean, I'm not too sure if this is the much harder challenge or if that one is. But we need to start thinking about ending the stream because, well, I need to eat dinner and all that other good stuff. But thank you, everybody, for coming today. So let's talk about what we're doing next time. So today was Web App Wednesday, and we covered a bunch of... we actually didn't cover all that much web app stuff. But we covered more cloud stuff over here. So... Next stream is going to be on Friday. It's going to be, why does it say March 6th? This should be different. But yeah, we're going to be doing some coding stuff for Advent of Code 2015. And we're going to be doing some data encoding. We're going to be learning more about Python basics. We're going to be doing some file upload attacks over at HackSmarter. And we're going to be taking a look at CTF Learn CTF challenges. So it's going to be a lot of fun. The white spaces are not consistent. Are you talking about the previous challenge? So this one here? You mean... Hold on. You mean this stuff? So these are the new line characters. Anyways, hold on. What was I doing? I was let's take a look at infosecstreams.com. So this is a list of people who do cybersecurity and do streaming on Twitch. XXDC30, you can see it easy. Hold on. What is the C option? Columns, format columns, octets per line. So C. the white space doesn't match up. Sorry, I can't get too distracted. Okay, so who's streaming on InfoSec stream? So BlazeBits is. BlazeBits is a really good channel for learning about cybersecurity. He's usually covering like cybersecurity news. As far as I know, BlazeBits works as a offensive security pen tester for. I'm not too sure if he's a web app pen tester or a network pen tester, but we're going to be raiding into his channel. Okay, Psyched, hello, nice to see you here. I just added all those letters that are, I think you just add all the letters that are missing on each line with an underscore. The missing letters. Okay, so BlazeBits is doing cybersecurity news and Q&A, so we're going to raid into his channel. There was a word saying found. I'll look into that after the stream is over, but I gotta get going. I follow BlazeBits. He's great. Oh, great to hear. So we're gonna raid into BlazeBits, and when you arrive on the channel, if you could give this raid message over here, OSFrog, hip hop hack, OSFrog, I would really appreciate it, just like this. Okay, everybody, we'll be back on Friday. We're going to be doing more CTF challenges, more Python, more education stuff. Going to be a lot of fun. Thank you very much, Kenneth Driggers, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. And remember to come back on Friday. Everybody ready to raid? HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See you next time.